chance to hear Brother Rand sing, and then we gonna shout out all the fans. Yeah, it's Minister Jap. You already know, man. Church is definitely in the building. They fucking with me though. Alright, let's do it. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch. Yeah. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch, 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 yeah, church on the bitch, yeah, church check in, church on the bitch, oh, church on the bitch, yeah, church on the bitch, church on the bitch, church on the bitch, church check in, let's go. Minister Jap, it's a new era and niggas is chat. I'm in the kitchen, I'm cooking this crack. Bitch getting taxed in my Benjamin static. Truck in the front and the engine in back. 3Ks, everything I'm whipping in is black. 3 hoes all wanna sit on my lap. High yellow heifer, I'ma hit her from the back. This is a fact, I'm taking your bitch, I'm not giving her back. Bitch got some kids, I'm not dealing with that. The back of her throat where my children is at, that was realer than that. Her mama's a hoe and her sister's a rat. The head was amazing, the pussy was trash. Run up on church and that pistol gon' blast. Get your ass body trying to get to this bag, nigga, church. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch, yeah. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch, 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 yeah, church on the bitch, yeah, church check in, church on the bitch, oh, church on the bitch, yeah, church on the bitch, church on the bitch, yeah, church on the bitch, listen, church check in, let's go. Relinquish the bitch, you loving and cuffing to be with the bitch. She came in with you, but I leave with the bitch. I bang and I skeet on the bitch. They be like Jap conceited and shit. I push it to start, ain't no key to my whip. Believe in the game, don't believe in the bitch. I listen to sin and the rest of the pips. You chasing the bitch and ain't chasing the check. You look like a bitch when you making them threats. You talk how you talk cause you safe on the net. When I see you, no talking, I'm breaking your neck. Catch a nigga like I do, I'm dirty on sight. Whole lot of bargain, but I bet he won't bite. Bet a nigga won't roll a dice with his life. Double cross church kid, crucified twice, nigga. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch, yeah. Church check in, 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 church on the bitch, 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 yeah, church on the bitch, yeah, church check in, church on the bitch, oh, church on the bitch, yeah, church on the bitch, church on the bitch, church on the bitch, hey, church check in, let's go. Church, check in. It's your boy, Minister Jap. Listen, I know y'all been looking for me, but at the bottom of this video, in the description section, you'll see where it says follow me. You can follow me on all social media platforms. You know, make sure you click the links in the description so you can get in touch with me and get in tune with everything I post at all times. You never know, the haters might try to take us down. Also, make sure you follow my backup channel, Minister Jap Church Media. Follow the channel now. We are not going nowhere. We're here to stay. Make sure y'all paying attention. Church on the move. Peace.
Minister Jap, I'm talking to you, nigga. Yeah, I got a kid. I got 2 daughters and a son. Yeah, man.
Black women are bad mothers.
And that's why you having a baby by the motherfuckers you had a baby with is your fault. That's why you being a single mother is your fucking fault. That's why being a baby daddy ass nigga is your fault.
Live from the church.
Church check in.
It's Minister Jap.
Black women, they're some of the most worst bitches on with money, but yet they're still taking trips and they look fly doing. They are the flyest broken bitches you're gonna ever deal with.
On Minister Jap TV.
Church check in, man. Church check in. We here, we live. We live. Hit that share button. Get this shared out right now. Share this out right now. You gotta share this. We about to talk heavy. About to talk heavy. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all share this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Let's get this out there right now. Let everybody know we live. Heavy talk. Heavy talk. Shout out to my mods. Miriam, I see you in the building. And would hide in the building, all my mods in here. We gotta cook. Today the pimp. Hey, we gonna kick it all day today, man. Today the pimp. We gotta cook all day, man. Today the pimp. It's getting hot out, man. It's getting real hot, man. That July coming, man. It's getting hot, man. Enjoy this weather. Get you a heifer. RPM, what up? Let's get into this, man. Church. Man, there's so much we got to go over this week. Oh, man, it took a couple days. Relaxed. Oh, y'all been asking about a lot of them episodes where we chopping up game for the ladies. Y'all trying to learn how to keep a man. Take your ass over to Patreon. Get a boatload of that game. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fellas, y'all better know these bras out here, they begging for y'all to get in their face. They begging right now. They begging right now. They looking for you. You know what I'm saying? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You know what I'm saying? Go to Patreon right now, become a member. You get full access to all my band from YouTube videos. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see that video about Michelle Obama? Y'all got to get over there. You know what I'm saying? It's some heat over there, man. It's some heat. You know, I'm getting a lot of people hitting me up about that tolerating that disrespect. Y'all got to go over to Patreon. Y'all want to watch that, man. It's too much game. We bringing it back, man. Man, I appreciate y'all for appreciating me. Make sure y'all hit that like, hit that share, hit that super chat, hit the cash app. You know what I'm saying? Show some love to the church. We're going to talk heavy today. We got to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly. You know what I'm saying? With this Karmelo situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, being a free-thinking straight black man, you have to be non-biased. You have to be free-thinking. You have to be able to accept the facts on some things. And black people are very, very emotional people. And we tend to let the facts offend us. And when a black man speaks the facts and they are not to the narrative of your average black man or woman, especially the baby boomers, who only see everything in the scope of racism, they tend to call you a coon. So I expect that. You're cooning. You know? But I always took a realistic position on this topic. And like I told y'all when we first covered this a year ago, when it first happened, I told y'all he's going to prison for this. I just hope he can get down to manslaughter and he can get back to change his life. You know? Because I just seen that he went to the extreme, especially carrying a knife to a school function, and there's a lot of things about this Karmelo Anthony case that are not in his favor. Now, I will say this. He had a shitty defense. And now that he has this dream team, we're going to go into all that, but he has a dream team of lawyers. This should have been done in the beginning. But I think that a lot of this has to do with the fact that the parents are getting backlash for half-assing his defense and misappropriating them funds for their own benefit. Shout out to the big TBAS. I see you up there. So, being that they misappropriated those funds, now they want to go all out for the appeal. And I'm not saying I wish that this brother, get life or, get the chair and nothing like that. Like I said, I want him to get a lighter sentence so he can be rehabilitated and have a life. He's so young. And he did this as a minor, a technical minor, but they charge you as an adult in Texas. Anything that's around 15, you're gonna be charged as an adult. But again, this goes back to poor parenting. We seen how that father was his father was not sharp at all. Father, you could see the weakness. But I know everybody wants to say, yeah, not guilty, self-defense. Fam, if somebody shoves you, you can't pull a gun and shoot them, man. You know what I'm saying? If somebody shoves you, you can't go stab them in the chest. It's just he went overboard. And I'm gonna tell you where he fucked up at. Bringing a knife to school was the first thing. On school grounds was the first thing. But I've been really thinking about this. This is why they hit him with the murder, because of what he said to him before he stabbed him. Austin told him, if you touch me, see what's going to happen. So here. Usually, if you ever took the firearms classes, and if you are certified to carry a firearm, there's rules of having a weapon. It has to be like the absolute last resort. And what he did was very Chud the Builder-ish. By saying, if you touch me, see what's going to happen. Now, this would be a different story. This probably wouldn't even be a story if he would have just pulled the knife out and showed it to him. Hear me clearly, y'all. If Karmelo Anthony would have pulled that knife out and showed him, I got a knife, everybody would have got back. But he chose to do the sneak attack. See, if I don't tell you I got a gun on, I say, yeah, step up, watch what's gonna happen, and I pop you, I'm wrong. Because all I had to do was just show you the gun and your ass would have ran. Because it's no way that any kid was gonna run up on him and try to fight him if they knew he had a knife. The knife was a surprise. The running away from the scene and trying to get rid of the weapon went against him. His own words when they caught him, when he said that I'm not alleged, I did it. And then the poor defense and not letting the courts humanize him and letting him testify. So you can feel how he might have felt in that situation. All that leads to a conviction. And only thing that they had to go on was the 20 people who were witnesses who testified against him. And then when you look at the tape, there's no melee. There's no jumping. He didn't get touched. And then you have a dead body. And then the dead body is in front of kids. So you got to really factor all this in. A child was killed in front of kids. So you have to factor in all these other kids, what they're going through. That's what you got to think about how white jurors are going to view this. In Texas, in the South. So with all of that, all those chips stacked against him, I knew it was going to be a conviction. Now, the 30 plus years, that's extreme, but you got to think about it too, death is extreme. If he had this dream team that they're assembling now, it might be too late for a dream team, y'all. It might be just too late for a dream team. And that's what people are not understanding. This dream team should have been assembled day one. Because if they would have had a proper defense case, this could have been manslaughter. But he had terrible representation, terrible advisory, and the parents half-assed that shit. Another thing, too. The emotions of black folks dropped the ball. You want to protect your people, but you can't hold your emotions, so they can't even cast you as a juror because you're too emotional and you only can deal with racism and you can't hide it. So they X'd all the black folks off the damn possible jurors. They blew that. They tried to get black jurors, and the black jurors wouldn't just, shut the fuck up. Just a little donation for some Murray's Wave grease and some Boone's Farm. This nigga stupid. Shout out to Overheaded Dale with our first super chat. First person showing some love today. What's going on with y'all? So when we have the opportunity to actually help the brother, and I bet you it was some baby boomer black folks, because it was jurors saying shit like, I can't see myself locking up a young brother. If you don't knock that shit off, see, we don't know how to play the game. So when I went through the jurors on the last time we talked about this, it was white woman, white man, white man, white man, Indian woman, Indian man, Hispanic, Indian, white. Everybody that hates the black man. Now, if Karmelo was a black woman, he might have stood a chance. Because like I told y'all, black women, they play both sides. I'm going to be honest with y'all. Y'all can ride the fine line of white supremacy. Y'all can still get somewhat protection from white people. We don't get that privilege as the black man. Free thinking straight black man, no way. If he was gay, he probably would have got off. If Karmelo was gay, he could have played the LGBT card. They were discriminating against me. It wouldn't be, nigga, it should have been over with. He'd have did a year for some manslaughter or something, man. But the fact he was a straight young black man, he's going to be looked at as a menace. We have to look at the game. We have to strategize. We didn't strategize. We played the race card and lost. Walked in playing the race card with rage, lost. Public perception, everything, we blew that for him. We blew that for him. Now he risks getting 99 years to life if he loses all because his selfish and stupid ass parents want to try to fix it in the 11th hour. Salute to Bama Melvin, man, with the 5. Showing love to this church. But black folks ain't making no better. And you got to understand, the racial tension right now is high. White folks want they get back. Are you hearing me? White folks want they get back. This is the first time in decades you've seen white folks get this bold. Ever since the Nick Fuentes, the Fresh and Fit, the Pearlies, the Chud the Builder, the Gypsy Crusader, what's that other dude? Handsome Truth. I watch all these white supremacists. I'm on their heels. Jake Long. You know? Jake Fields. I'm watching all of these guys, man. All of these guys, man. White folks have never been this comfortable with saying the N-word, fighting to say it, fighting to bring it back from the grave, nigga. And I'm talking about the ER. They're fighting for that right now. They taking jail sentences. They busting guns for that. I just seen Jake Long go to the BET Awards. Just got bailed out of jail. What was he at? Was he in Texas or Nashville? He's in Nashville. He just got his bond, and he's got support from white folks. And he going hardcore. He going at Muslims. He going at black folks. Heavy. He get to the BET Awards, kicking it off with a big truck and a sign. Like they are on bullshit right now. And we don't have no strategy. And we got to understand as black folks, sometimes we got people who do bullshit. And we let media, especially the liberal media, feed us outrage. See, we have to lift our eyebrows every time a white person tell us what we need to be offended by and who's wronging us. Because the liberals throw that shit at us, and they know that, you know, for the most part, we're fueled by racism and emotionalism. So whenever they feed us, they fed us George Floyd. And anybody with a free thinking mind who's done any type of investigation, you know why those cops are in jail. Because we tore shit up. Because the facts are not really on our side. We don't want to be real with this. With the George Floyd shit. We know that man overdosed.
We know that. We just gonna skip over fentanyl? We know that. That nigga was big as Karl Malone. Ain't nobody strangling him from the back of his neck with one knee. That's half your body weight. That motherfucking cop is 180 pounds. So we talk about 90 pounds on a motherfucker's back. It's gonna suffocate him. No. You've never been strangled before. Ain't no speaking when you strangling. I've been strangled before. My father strangled me. I couldn't get a word out. Couldn't feel my toes. Shout out to my pops. You damn sure ain't strangling nobody on the back of their neck. But you see how powerful the media is. They create the outrage for us. Just like with the Central Park 5. And when I broke down the Central Park 5 for y'all, and y'all go to Patreon, y'all watch that. We were had. Them motherfuckers is guilty. Every last one of them motherfuckers. They got semen. It's their semen on the bitch. You know what I'm saying? One of the niggas said he held the bitch down. He tried to fuck, couldn't fuck. And then when the real rape, they held the broad down so the real rapist came through and did his shit. And then eventually the real rapist confessed. But they still responsible for the broad getting raped. See, we broke that down to the molecule. And when we found the evidence, it was a black man who did all of the research and studying. And it was a black man who was the detectives on that case, and they said that shit. But everybody wanted to make it a black and white thing. No, it wasn't. In fact, most of the motherfuckers was Puerto Rican. We went out there and jumped out there on that bullshit. They got off on a technicality because that motherfucking nigga confessed later on down the line so he can get moved to a jail where they wasn't fucking him up. They got lucky, but they were still responsible. They beat the bitch. See, nobody want to talk about it. And then nobody talks about, when you talk about the Central Park 5, the other guy that they beat half to death on the bike. And then the tall nigga, Yusuf, came with the fucking, with the weapon, knocking people out at the park. They nearly killed a man. No. We just fixated on the rape. There was a lot of shit them boys was doing. If you want to see it, because I know black folks don't like to hear the facts. They just like the bullet point that they saw when they said, oh, they're exonerated. Because they got charged wrong. They got charged for the actual rape, but they didn't penetrate. Because the little niggas couldn't get it up. And they held the bitch down while this clown, who was the real Central Park rapist, was raping the hoes. But that still doesn't make them not responsible. They were accessory to that crime. So they should be in jail with that pervert as well. And I'm standing on that. If you want to see, because we did a 5-part series on that shit, over 15 fucking hours of breaking that whole thing down. But see, sometimes the facts just not popular. And black folks can't absorb that. Because they too emotionally attached to it. We got a bunch of tethers y'all riding for. These Puerto Ricans. You know? But they get us with that shit. They make us think everything is racist and we get outraged and we go bananas. Before actually hearing the facts, you know. And what we're going to go through today, I want to give a special shout out to the brother Dennis Sperling, a black lawyer, a non-biased black lawyer. I'm glad we're going to hear from a non-biased black lawyer. Just the facts. Because when you hear from white folks, you're going to be quick to use the race card. But when you hear from a black man and he really breaks this shit down and he's an actual lawyer, Y'all get a chance, subscribe to Dennis Sperling. See, we don't do just shout outs here at the church. We do call to action. You know, y'all be like, yeah, what's the name of them shouting you out on the show? Fuck a shout out, nigga. Did he tell y'all motherfuckers where to go find this nigga? No. So fuck that shout out. When I shout a nigga out, I'm telling you, hey, go subscribe to Dennis Sperling. I'm going to show you pieces of this because it's some pretty long videos of him breaking this whole trial down over 2.5 hours, and y'all get a chance, take a time and watch it and just read the facts. He pulls the documents and everything, the testimonies, everything. And the defense that he had was absolutely terrible. But the Karmelo Anthony movement fucked him in the end. Between having people like Charleston White going off and being a supporter, being a hater, being a supporter, being a hater. All these loudmouth black women going on TV. It was embarrassing. And then when the facts hit, it's like it was a situation in Chicago. I always tell people about this. Black folks got to wait for the facts. Wait for the facts. Before you march, before you get your bullhorn, before you print up shirts, wait for the facts. Because what happened in Chicago was one of the stupidest things, and everybody trying to sweep this under the rug, but I will never forget this. There was on 71st and Jeffrey, the east side of Chicago, there's a barbershop on the strip. 2 black woman cops tried to apprehend some dude who was a barber. I guess he was a barber on the strip. He had did something, and they tried to apprehend him, and he started tussling with them. And he ended up getting shot and killed. The same day or the next day, community leaders, every activist in Chicago, they got bullhorns, they standing on top of cars, they marching all through Jeffrey, which is one of the big side streets on the east side of Chicago. Shout out to my east side niggas. They were marching all out there, screaming about police brutality, bringing up the Laquan McDonald. And Laquan McDonald was a dude who got killed holding a knife and acting crazy around the police, and they shot him like 16 times. So they was just going crazy. This was around that time. The tension was crazy between the Chicago police and the black community. Everybody, yeah, they're killing us, and now they're killing us, they're killing us, they're killing us. All these community leaders is out there going crazy. They got signs. The next day on the news, they released the body cam footage. And what the body cam footage showed was this nigga pulling 2 guns. He had 2 big ass guns on his hip, reaching for these guns, and he pulled them up about to shoot the cops. And they killed him. After that, it was crickets. It was crickets. We jumped the gun. I like to hear facts. And I'm non-biased. Like, when it was a lot of people who was going in on the lady who picked up the pot. You had friends and friends, oh, that was dangerous weapon. I'm like, man, that lady wasn't about to hit nobody. I had the ladies back. The cop went overboard. And he went to jail as he should. So it's not with me, it's not oh, I'll side with white supremacists, or I'm just side with black folks. No, I just side with the fucking facts. And poor parenting is the reason why Karmelo was running around here bringing a knife to that motherfucking track meet. You know, they're like, oh, they from Baton Rouge. You know how they get down. You can't bring that motherfucking shit to the suburbs. They took you out of the hood to change the way you were. See, you probably was going on the wrong path. That happens with a lot of black children. And that's the dangers, too, I tell people, man. A lot of black folks, when y'all get a little money, first thing y'all want to do is move around white folks. You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all do. Y'all don't feel like y'all made it in life to your neighbors are white. And then you still want to act like how you act when you was in the community. Can't do that, man. They don't play that shit. If you're gonna be snooty and sophisticated, be snooty and sophisticated. Don't bring that motherfucking bullshit to these white areas. And then you put your kids, this is another thing too, you put your kids around all these white folks, and you're not having to sit down with them and let them know that there's a culture clash. So you're going to have to thicken your skin. Because we wanted to be out here with these white folks. So you got to understand that there is a culture clash. You're in their territory. They're not in yours. So you need to chill out with all that, you know, popping off and shit like that. Because that shit might have worked in Baton Rouge. But we over here in Mayberry, Texas, or wherever the fuck they's at. And we in Texas, they play a different game out here when it comes to young black men. Some of y'all fathers got to have the young black man talk to your kids, man. You're not going to get judged like a white boy named Jared. For anything you do, they're going to push it to the furthest extent. You need to know that, young black man. I know it ain't right. I know it ain't real. But don't be the sacrificial lamb. Just get your ass home. Your goal is getting your ass home. Yeah. You can't be like in Chicago. You can't be from Inglewood and bring your Inglewood mentality to Schaumburg, Illinois. Plainfield, Illinois. You're going to stick out like a sore thumb and you're going to be on the police radar every time they see your ass. You're going to be able to walk down the street, smoke a blunt, and the police be like, oh, it's just a blunt. No. They going to fuck with you. So you need to adapt to your surroundings. Know how to maneuver. He wasn't taught that. He wasn't taught that. He made a lot of critical mistakes. He talked too much. That was another thing. He talked too much. I'm sorry. I know y'all want, it's self-defense, stand your ground. Fam, you cannot go to the extreme when the situation is not extreme. You see what I'm saying? Look how they treat me to be. They support every goofy out here on YouTube, but they can't even hit the like button, the thumbs up with the church. That's how they do your church, boy. But we made this man look crazy, man. We got, especially when we handed the black woman the mic. You know? Handing the black woman the mic just made it more crazy. You know, just made it more crazier.
To do. What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
What do you mean? He had every opportunity to walk away. He didn't take that option. He didn't try that option. His back was not against the wall. Keep that in fact. And keep that in mind. His back was not against the wall.
Impeach Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
You know, she got 5 boys. I know the mentality of them boys. They're gonna be highly violent and highly emotional. Black women don't raise men right. They can't raise a man. They can try their best. She got 5 boys, no husband. Come on, man. We know how that is. And they released that footage. And that footage, come on, man. We gotta be real, man. We look bad out here. We had black folks out here saying that it wasn't a real knife. It was the Swiss Army knife that comes with all the little attachments with the beer can opener and all that shit, with the corkscrew thing. We had motherfuckers talking like that. Then when the actual facts come out and we see that it's an actual fucking real knife, crickets. We be talking when we don't know what the hell we talking about. I done heard people say that dude fell on the knife. Who was that? I think Umar said that shit. He fell on the knife. Come on, man. Sometimes we gotta hold the L. And we just gotta face the truth and the facts. They dropped the footage on Juneteenth. Because this was deliberate. To let us know that nigga is on. We gonna get our get back. They trying to get their get back for that crazy nigga on the train who stabbed that lady in the neck. What was that, North Carolina? On the train? Just came out of nowhere, stabbed the bitch in the neck for no reason. They want their get back. You know? This shit crazy. We have to stop. Black men, we have got to stop letting our women talk on behalf of our people. We have to. And speaking of that, man, rest in peace. Rest in peace to Sister Mother Khadijah, Farrakhan's wife. She just passed the other day, 90 years old. I believe the janazah is today. You know, may Allah be pleased. You know, beautiful woman at that age, man. You know, that just goes to show what being healthy and, you know, sticking to the deen, how you just glow. She always used to glow every time I used to see her at the mosque. So rest in peace to Sister Khadijah. But yeah, we can't be letting our women get up here. We got situations, they all here just yelling and screaming. They always go grab our weave-wearing women and just put them on there, man.
Slaughterhouse. Yeah. This is not a courthouse.
He had no chance.
This courthouse is designed when you would come here and you look like us to slaughter you.
Absolutely.
That judge intentionally sealed us from being able to have a legal right to see what the fuck was going on in this case for a motherfucking reason. That's fine. Because he know
we got bad representation. Every time we do this, we got bad representation. This does not help him. This helps the argument of the white supremacists.
have access, we don't play about our people. So how do he silence us? He closed the fucking case so we can't see what the fuck is going on. Also the reason he shut down black media from coming, he only had these white motherfuckers up in that courthouse so that they could tell the wrong fucking story about Karmelo Anthony. And they could tell the white story about the domestic terror, because that's what they were. Those twins are the...
Listen, man. Dude went overboard, bro. That's just the fact, bro. Shit was uncalled for, man. The shit was uncalled for, man. Second of all, the parents didn't give that boy a defense, and we gave him money for one. The whole strategy was fucked up. But they got a fucking new house in an Escalade.
Domestic racist terrorist. That judge fucked him. That prosecutor fucked him. They had them white dumb motherfuckers on that jury for a.
And this is why we don't have black folks on the jury. Because when they interview y'all, this is the energy they get. That's why he's fucked. Because our people can't handle their emotions. Do y'all want to talk about this in a real way today? I got time. Our people need to be checked for this bullshit. He could have had a fighting chance if niggas could have had composure. And told them people I can maintain, I can stay fair and balanced. I'll just deal with the facts. It was black folks literally telling them I can't see myself getting locking up a young black man. And, oh my God. He didn't have a chance with you type of niggas. Now y'all only thing y'all can do is scream outside. That none of that it helped him in the courtroom. He needed black jurors. You niggas fucked it up because y'all too emotional. You can't keep your composure.
Reason. When they pick their jury like that, that's designed because they know that their people are not smart as us. We can read through the bullshit. They follow their bullshit and believe what they say. So when we are out here discrediting ourselves, it's giving them an advantage. They know how to divide us, and that's through the court system. And they silence us from the court system. When you see that motherfucking prosecutor, ask him, why do he have a settlement with a civil case for harassing 7 white women at this fucking office? Ask the DA.
This is why I've always said our women don't need microphones, they need headphones. But a lot of mother-raised males would have been no better. We need representation. We need order when we need a code. We need to know how to move when shit like this happens. We might not have been able to save him from jail time, but at least we could have minimized it by keeping our cool and getting some black jurors on deck. But we fucked that up.
Hey, how he was on that motherfucking case and he still got a.
You think if they interviewed this woman right here to be a juror, she wouldn't fuck it up? You think they'd be like, oh man, we gotta have Keisha on here. This is how they were acting when being interviewed about this type of case. And of course they're gonna have white folks, but then they got the Indians, and it was a multitude of Indians. And those people could give a fuck about black folks. So yeah, they have their code where they're gonna stick with their people regardless. So it's not gonna be, they're not gonna break character. If they get an opportunity to fry a black man, trust me, they will. I've worked with Indians. And if anybody is in this chat room who has worked with an Indian, whether it be woman or man, Indians hate your black ass. One thing about the Indian culture, you think Italians have a foul mouth. Nobody has a foul mouth like the Indians. With that horrible accent, they curse. I think they were born to curse. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I think they were born to curse.
You are fucking you bloody bastard bitch. Fuck you. Bloody fuck you bloody. Fucking mother bloody fuck bitch. Bloody fuck you fucking bloody bastard. Benchwood bloody.
Benchwood,
You blundered.
No, but why?
Bloody no.
Why?
Bloody
If
fucking.
if accident, then what you wanna do?
Why you fuck me? I fuck you, bloody. Bloody bastard. Fucking running like lady, eh? Bloody. What the fuck, man? Fucking now shout at me, innit? Why you shouting at me?
Because I am going to the work. If you don't do, you do to other places.
Why you shouting?
Because of this, you are doing. I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident.
No, shouting at me no good, man. Me no shout at you.
But the thing is that, what you think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else.
But that
like
one,
this.
if you running like that one, you gonna fucking fall, innit?
But
Indians will curse you out, bro. If you ever, I don't want to call it a privilege, but if you ever get the experience working with Indians, they will undermine you, first of all, especially being a black man. But they will definitely curse your ass out. With that accent, they curse, man. They curse. I know that how much they dislike black folks. I've experienced it too much. So for them to be jurors, I already knew what side they was gonna be on.
Fucking job. That's because they vote for each other. So we gotta take our power back. Elections are coming. That's right. That's right. We gonna tell they ass what we want, or you gonna get the fuck out. We gotta show up for jury
It's that Tiffany Henyard ass shit.
service. We gotta show up and participate. Stop trying to get the fuck off of a jury because that's how they slaughter us. Those kids got up there and lied off of a relationship. And the prosecutors led it. They have an ethical duty to make sure witnesses testify truthfully. And they did. Because it was a win for them. They cost them.
And again, I want to slow y'all down to some of y'all just coming in here. I want y'all to ask yourself, if Karmelo didn't do the surprise attack, do you think he would have got stabbed? Do you think Austin Metcalf would have been stabbed? If it wouldn't have been a situation like touch me and see what's going to happen. Or if it would have been like, if he'd have pulled the knife out and showed him, get the fuck back. That's called de-escalating. It wouldn't have been no murder. It wouldn't have been none of this. You know what this would have been? This would have been a situation where a black kid caught a charge bringing a deadly weapon to the school. Probation and some more shit. Ain't nobody gonna charge at you when you got a knife in your hand if you showed it to him. But he snuck attack. See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta be real with yourself. And then be real with yourself too. Take color out of this. Take color out of this. Your son got stabbed arguing with a motherfucker at school. And all of these people out here fighting for the motherfucker who did the stabbing. Of course you're going to be pissed. Of course you're going to be pissed. Like I've always told y'all, I want to find an interview. I want to see somebody interview this lady. If I could ever interview the lady, I want to find out who the lady was who got robbed and had and beat and had the pistol pointed to her pregnant stomach by George Floyd and his homies when they robbed her house. I have some questions to ask. I want to know, how did she feel when they made monuments to that nigga, when they put that nigga on t-shirts, when they made statues of that nigga, when they gave him a golden casket, when they changed the laws for that nigga, and you know what that nigga did you. I want to talk to her. Some shit we can't defend. We be trying to defend anything because it's black. Just can't, man. The facts ain't on his side with this shit. Only thing we could realistically hope for is that he would have got manslaughter, bro. That's all I was saying, bro. I'm just being realistic with y'all. Y'all wishing on a star talking about some, yeah, it's self-defense. You don't, he chudded the builder that shit out. He chudded the builder would walk around and tell motherfuckers, touch me and see what's going to happen. And then he shot a motherfucker. Now and if he would have killed him, he would have got murder charge. He got an attempted murder charge. The boy died when you told him, touch me and see what's gonna happen, and you showed a knife after it's in his heart. Come on, man. And of course, you got to understand that whatever race it is, it could have been a Mexican. If Austin Metcalf was Mexican, his daddy was Mexican, you gonna expect that racial reaction. He gonna be mad at all of the people marching on behalf of the motherfuckers that killed his son. I'm not mad at him about that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because if it was me and a white person killed my son, I'm gonna have a chip on my shoulder with the white community if they out there fighting for that motherfucker who stabbed my son, yo. That's just, we gotta just be fair about this shit. Niggas don't want to be fair about it. Niggas don't want to be fair about it. Y'all get these motherfucking likes up, get these shares up. Hit that super chat, hit the cash app. Once we get the numbers up, we're gonna I'm probably gonna bring some people in who want to chop it up, but this right here, we're gonna really break it down because I like the fact that a black lawyer. See, none of us are lawyers. We all trying to figure out the facts. But I'd rather you hear it from a black lawyer who's non-biased in this situation. Because that's what lawyers get paid to do, not be biased. And a lawyer in Texas at that. So I'm gonna trust the opinions and the views of how he viewed this case. But we make the mistake of defending any and everything black people do just for being black. Sometimes we gonna look bad defending some shit. Like we can't defend it. This was a murder. There's a body there, and there was a body killed in front of kids. You're not gonna go home with an ankle monitor off and shit like that, bro. I'm sorry. In Texas, you're dreaming. But with the proper defense, this dream team that you got now, this would have been a manslaughter. And if they would have let you testify, it would have humanized you. All of the strategy was wrong. They failed him for defense. And when you go back to my original video, when this first happened, I always said, I just want to make sure he get a proper defense. I know he's going to jail. You know what I'm saying? I hope he can get 7, get out in 3.5, and start his life over. Because that's what usually happens with white folks. The one thing about white folks, they wasn't going to play the race card. They was going to make sure to pay the lawyers. They would have stayed in their same little log cabin they would have stayed in and paid the damn lawyers.
One of ours, their freedom. That judge was in there feeding the state objections because they were too dumb to know what the fuck to object to.
Yes, he did.
I ain't never seen no judge do no shit like that.
He did.
He got too much fucking experience. 40.
Why do we let our women talk? It only makes us look bad, man, as a people. It makes us look weak as a people, too, when our women are on the front line doing all the fucking speaking on our behalf. Where are the fucking men?
Over 40 years as a fucking prosecutor, and you don't know how to fucking object? And you got this judge up there helping you? Such a big case? This is his life. We just came from South Carolina, where they hunted their baby down and got off. They tried to hunt him down, and he protected himself so he could get home safe, and they convicted him. And one white juror had the motherfucking audacity to sit in that damn box and cry. It's too late for your tears. Your tears was needed when you was back there deciding within 30 fucking minutes of his life.
We gotta shut these broads up, bro. It's not a good look for us. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta sometimes, like I say, sometimes we got to hold the L. We not a perfect people. We have shortcomings. We have shit that's just fucked up. But we look bad when we double down on it and we overly support shit that we shouldn't be supporting. Here go Umar. fake doctor with all the facts.
Prosecution didn't allow any black jurors, Loon, because a black juror with our balanced sense of justice would have saw that there's no way a child could go under a tent and know ahead of time.
Shout out to Aline, man, with the 10. You say, what's up, fam? The Asian man's black lawyer got him off. KM's family didn't put the money up for his defense counsel. Instead, they bought a house in an Escalade. Exactly. Chow is free. Karmelo is in prison. Yo, shout out to you, bro, for the 10, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate you for appreciating me. And yeah, I'm gonna tackle that child trial, because I personally feel he should have went to jail because he chased the boy down. I have an uncle who went to prison. He was in his elder years. Never been in trouble in his life, but one of them old school niggas. And there was some people who kept breaking into his car in his driveway. And he got his 4.5 and chased him and shot one of the little boys in the back. He did. He got sentenced to 8 years and did about 4.5. Old man. Well into like 65, 68. Went to prison. In Arizona for that shit. And it was all because he hawked them down. See, once the danger is gone, you're not in danger no more. Once the danger is running that way, you're not in danger no more. You're pursuing. He pursued him, and, you know, he put up a lot of money, got lawyers and shit like that, you know, but I'm not sure if they hit him with the attempted murder or assault with a deadly weapon or some shit, or disarmed firearm, but he got out in about 4 years. But you can't go chase nobody. So when I heard about that case, I'm like, yeah, that's some bullshit. Yeah, he might have stole the water or whatever like that, but anybody had a pistol on him, but he was running away. You didn't have to leave the store. You could call the police. You know, so that was some bullshit. We gonna have to go into that case. I want to do a whole Chinese, I think I'm gonna do a show about the whole Chinese, the Asian thing, just Asians. You know, the dynamic between blacks and Asians. Because I'm gonna have to go back to that LA shit where they shot the little girl, the Korean shot the little girl in the stove. I'm gonna have to start. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put something together, man, with that. How the Asians be beating our women ass at the nail shop, at the beauty supply store. You know, that'd be funny as hell to me, though. I be watching that shit. That should be funny as hell. When the bitches be getting their ass whooped at the beauty supply store trying to steal weave, that should be funny as hell. You know what I'm saying? And then like the Asian boycott and all. Yeah, we're gonna do a nice Asian show for y'all. Do a nice Asian show for y'all. Nice Asian show for y'all. But let's hear what Umar has to say. You know, we gotta stop being passionate when we don't have the facts too.
Exactly why the prosecution didn't allow any black jurors, Loon, because a black juror with
right there, this first lie. The prosecution didn't. The people disqualified themselves. You got these people on tape countlessly saying that they couldn't find a black juror to not be biased and cut the motherfucking black card shit out.
Our balanced sense of justice would have saw that there's no way a child could go under a tent and know ahead of time that 2 white boys are going to come over there to jump him. Him having a knife, it's a complete contradiction for Caucasian nation to say, why did he have a knife? You crackers walk around with guns every day. When you put your gun on your hip,
we're talking about adults. We're talking about, and first of all, even the adults who own guns cannot come on school grounds with a firearm. The only people who can come on the school grounds with a firearm or a weapon are law enforcement or paid armed security. Everybody else has to lock their shit in their car. Cut that dumb shit out.
This morning, did you do it with the intent to kill anybody? Loon! These white people fight for the right to carry a gun out the house every day. Did you leave your house with the intent to take a life with that gun?
These are kids we talking about. You're conflating the two.
No, you didn't. So why are you going to say this little black boy left his house with the intent to shank somebody with a 3-inch blade? Loon, do you really think a 5'8", 135-pound kid armed only with a 3.5-inch knife? Listen to this. Do you really think a 5'8", 135-pound child whose only weapon is a 3.5-inch knife, Loon?
Dude, there are bitches that killed niggas with shit that's smaller than that. There are niggas in jail who kill niggas with pencils. It depends on where you poke somebody at. You can kill a motherfucker with an ink pen. We gotta stop being passionately stupid with this disingenuous shit. Niggas is getting shanked with ink pens. With niggas is getting shanked with sharpened toothbrushes. What are you talking about?
Do you really think he wants to take a chance and fight 2 football players who don't have any weapons?
When you say, if you touch me, see what happens. He's got the intent on using what's in his pocket. That's just a fact. Because if he didn't want no smoke, he could have pulled that shit out and everybody would have got back. If just like when you got your gun on you. If you pull your gun out, niggas run. They don't run to you. Especially if they don't got no weapon, they gonna get back. All right, bro, you got it. That's just the truth. Anybody in here, you get into it with a dude, and if one of them Puerto Ricans pull out that butterfly knife, say, come on, motherfucker, you're like, you got it. I don't think none of you niggas gonna try to be Jackie Chan and fight a nigga with a knife. If Austin knew he had a knife, he would have fell back. He would have been running. But the sneak attack.
Hell no. That knife is no match for 2 football players.
Right.
You follow me?
Right.
What the fuck? It's a knife. Somebody was gonna get poked. If 2 football players jump you with a knife, you gonna hit one of them. One of them motherfuckers might get the knife out of your head, but somebody gonna get hit. This motherfucker wasn't no melee, wasn't no jumping. We gonna prove that.
Imagine Karmelo stands up, and by the way, Karmelo never left his seat. How can he be the perpetrator?
But what?
He never left his seat.
What do you say to them?
But wait, this is what I want. Let me finish.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The prosecution know how fair black people are, so he couldn't have any on the jury. And why couldn't he have any on the jury, Loon? Because in the state of Texas,
because them niggas couldn't keep their emotions to themselves, stay on code and play the goddamn game. Every one of those jurors who got disqualified that was black, they should be kicking themselves in the ass right now. Because you could have saved this boy from all that time he got. Like I told you, I'm not gonna go, there's a dead body, nigga with a weapon, you did it, you admitting it, case closed. You went too far, motherfuckers shove you and you just go killing motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here. Your life wasn't in danger. A shove ain't taking you, ain't threatening enough to take your damn life. Cut it out. But all I was hoping for is that he can get the same type of treatment that, you know, white defenses get, where they get manslaughter charges. He got a lighter sentence and, you know, been sentenced to 8 years or something and got out in 2.5, 3 years and been on probation and shit like that and went to school and got his life together. Cut it out. Killed the kid in front of some kids, man.
if you're on trial for murder, the verdict of the jury must be unanimous.
Exactly.
If one black person would have made it onto that jury, Karmelo doesn't go to jail for 35 years. The prosecution knew that.
And they had black people. And those black people blew it. What are y'all not understanding? We gotta start thinking in the real world. I know everything, white supremacists, this, and this. Bro, sometimes niggas blow it, man. They couldn't find their black folks to calm the fuck down with all that black power shit and hit a damn case out. So they took the next best thing with some Indians and say, yeah, we put some people of color. And if he had a proper defense, the defense would have fought on that alone before we even get started. No, we gotta get started. We gotta get this jury right. We're gonna hold things up till we get this jury right. They shouldn't even went forward.
Which automatically tells you what? The prosecution knew that the case was flawed from the beginning. Why you think they won't show you the video, Loon? They keep showing you grainy videos when you had witnesses out there who said a lot of people videotaped the situation. Most of the kids under the tent taped the case. Loon, they taped it. Why did we never see the clear video? Because if you would have saw a clear video, you would have saw that Karmelo was not just in an altercation, okay, with Austin, right? It was Austin and Hunter.
That's a fucking lie, because when the cop apprehended Karmelo, he didn't say they jumped me, they was whooping my ass. He said he touched me. Singular. He. Even in the police report, it's gonna say that. We're gonna go through it. All he's describing is just he. Wasn't no jumping.
And not only was it Austin and Hunter, there were two other boys. 4 boys tried to jump Karmelo, Loon. 4 of them. This is why they never showed you the video.
And as fast as he ran, why he didn't get the fuck up out of there? But see, that's what I'm saying, man. Talk to y'all sons, man. Because so a lot of y'all motherfuckers, y'all want y'all kids to be revolutionaries and they're going to go down for a movement that's stupid. Ain't none of this shit, none of this dumbass shit was worth going to jail over or anybody dying over. And I've been jumped before. Come back with your homies. Like I said, come back with your homies. Y'all say, oh, no duty to retreat. Motherfucker, this nigga got shoved. You don't get the right to just kill a motherfucker for that. Your life has to be in danger. Life. Nigga. Unless you're getting shoved off a cliff. These niggas is crazy, man. I know y'all just want him to, y'all just want this shit to just, this nigga just, yeah, he got off from self-defense, stand your ground. Bro, you can't go to the extreme just because you have a stand your ground state. That was extreme. He should have shown remorse, but since he didn't, they didn't show remorse on the sentence outside black folks talking shit and got him 35 years. Now look, he didn't get a chance to show remorse because he never fucking got to testify. Shout out to the Bill. He never got to testify. He never got to testify. And again, man, like I said, man, if you took race out of this shit and this happened to your kid, you'd be mad as hell if motherfuckers out there riding for that motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie to you. If it was my motherfucking kid, you got killed. My brother got killed. I hate all you motherfuckers for marching for that nigga. This nigga couldn't take his ass whooping like a man. Sound like a one-on-one with just some niggas around. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking some little high school kiddie fights and y'all acting like this motherfucker was in a bar about to get robbed or some shit. This nigga was on a track, man. Could have got the fuck up out of there. Walked away. Tucked his pride. Live to fight another day. Come back with your homies and y'all have a brawl. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, man, I don't get this shit. You know? And then, like I said, you got to have a talk with your sons, man. The rules are not made for black people, especially a black man, especially a young black man, especially a young, straight, free-thinking black man. I know it ain't right, but it's real. Tell your kids that the rules are different for you. Son, I want you to come home. Stop trying to prove a damn point. Bring your ass home. We'll figure it out tomorrow. All right.
Jeff Metcalf joins me now here in Dallas. Jeff, thanks for being with us here today.
Thank you, Will.
Now, we're just going to listen to the father, what he has to say about this shit, because, again, the parents played this whole shit wrong, even for the media, even for the optics of it. They look like a hostile group of people. So when white folks on this on the jury, they're like, these hostile people riding for this motherfucker who just murdered this kid. They didn't look like a remorseful, we're sorry this happens, we want to bring unity. They didn't do that. They didn't play the game right.
Thanks for having me.
You know, I think I'd love to just start this conversation with some of what I just shared with the audience. This is not new to you. I'm sure you've seen the video and heard the 911 call. I did notice you took your earpiece out. You didn't want to hear that audio again of the 911 call.
Correct.
Just too hard to hear it again and to see this video.
And there's another body cam footage that hasn't been released, and it has some pretty graphic details, and I can hear my son screaming, and it's something I don't really want to care to listen to again.
Totally understandable. What, with this video's release, Jeff, do you hope the public can see about this moment?
Well, I mean, obviously, the trial not being publicly viewed live, due to there's so many minors involved.
That's what was fucked up about this. That's what makes this whole shit so debatable online, and just, you know, everybody got different sides and different aspects of it and shit like that, and we all everybody's speculating. You know, and like I say, man, have your opinion and stand on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just telling you how I feel, how I view it, and and y'all gonna watch the facts with me. Formulate your own fucking opinion. But I just feel like we just ride for anything without hearing the facts, because we get so emotionally attached to these cases and the way that they present them to us. We don't even want to hear the facts. Sometimes we don't even want to hear the facts. We had Jasmine Crockett running around here talking about this shit wasn't a knife. It wasn't a real knife. And then we found out it was a real knife, and then it was crickets. We got motherfuckers running around here talking about, yeah, he got jumped. And then we see the video and there's no jumping. There's no melee. All you see is quick, boom, stabbing, run. No rumble, none of that shit. Nigga stab, nigga run. But the fact that they had the minors in this case, that's why we couldn't see it. Because normally we would see a state case like this. We would see this on TV. But it involves too many fucking kids. And anybody say a kid has the right to walk around with a deadly weapon, you're out of your fucking mind. Does Karmelo's stepfather go to work with a gun or a knife since the family was scared of white folks? I don't know. See, I don't even know the dynamic of Karmelo's family, because his mother got a different last name. So is that one nigga, his father, and she married to somebody else? Or they just not married at all? Somebody break that down. Well, they're just biological parents and they live in two separate households. And if he lived with his mama and he got stepdaddies and shit like that, there's a good chance he was living with his mama. They are married. But why she got a different? Well, it's black woman shit. Because she got a whole different last name.
And that's a different subject I could talk about on its own, because look at the damage that these young students who had to witness this murder, who have to live with this for the rest of their life. Every one of them, I believe, are in counseling. PTSD.
That's not his biological mother. Oh yeah, I want to talk to the people once we start getting really into this, man. I want to talk to the people because a lot of y'all know a little bit more about that family. You know what I'm saying? I have to go look at a lot of stories. So I only get about 2 hours to dive into some of this shit, and then we got to get on to the next story.
See, it could be a thing. I mean, this is a trauma that you carry the rest of your life, possibly. Hopefully they can get the help they need and move forward and not be scarred from it. Me personally, I'm the same way. I need the help too to make sure that I can move forward. And that's what I really want to concentrate on, is moving forward. I hope this video can clear up a lot of the misinformation that was provided throughout the entire year.
What I will say is that twin brother carrying himself the right way. Because I know that if that would have been black kids, they'd have been all online, all over the place, fucking up the case. Just doing too much damn talking. He kept his mouth shut.
Before the trial came to light, there were multiple lies and mistruths that were put on social media, that were spoken by even individuals that have some fame. People had their own opinions without even seeing the facts. And that's the part I have trouble with.
What do you make of that? Candidly, with the audience, you and I spoke a little bit earlier today, and it's one of the great mysteries for me, and how something that is so clear, the facts so obvious, was turned into something that was this great national discussion of race. I think you called it earlier. How did this become George Floyd 2.0?
Unfortunately, in today's moral decay of society, as we witnessed, people believe that if they have their own voice, they scream loud enough, they're right. And they believe perception.
Unfortunately, he's right about that. Black folks doing a lot of screaming, and we don't have the facts behind us when we're doing all this screaming, bro. I just have to be real about this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm your brother. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. If I have to say something, I'm gonna be real. If I have to say something that every black person doesn't agree with, it's not cooning and shit like that, because I'm not doing this for white applause. Clip that. I don't talk. When it's time to cook a black person, it's time to go in on our people doing some bullshit. I'm not doing it for white applause. It's a thorough check-in from your own. Deal with that shit. I know you want to deflect. Oh, you cooted. Oh, you Sambo. Fuck all that. You rather me say it than to hear it from Nick Fuentes, the Pilgrim, Myron, any of them other motherfuckers. I'm your motherfucking brother. I'm not doing this for no white applause. I'm doing this to check your motherfucking ass. You are not above getting checked from a black man because we black. When you fucking up, you fucked up. Some of these motherfuckers want to go in on the black community, what we do is wrong, or some shit that we got going on is fucked up, where we need to be fucked, and they doing it for white applause, and they doing it on white platforms. This is our platform. This is our family. This is our cookout. I'm cooking this bullshit. The boy wasn't raised right. The boy was emotional. The parents let him down. Now they want to get a dream team. We're going to keep this shit a buck over here, but it's not for no white pat on the back. Do you fucking hear me? Because that's what they like to try to do and deflect. Oh, you hate your own. No! When we need to be checked, we need to be checked, but I'm not going to take a check-in from no Nick Fuentes. No Charlie Kirk can't check my people. Fuck y'all. Y'all are the creators of the transgenital. the school shooters, the Jeffrey Dahmers. I let loose on all of these people. And if you don't know, now you know. You better check my motherfucking background and history. Because out of everybody on YouTube, I'm the only motherfucker who get at the Jews and that rainbow flag. In the trans community doing all these shootings. I've been showed y'all. I'm consistent with the work. But I ain't doing it for no motherfucking white applause or pat on the back. I'm doing it to enlighten you niggas. So we can be better. So you can stop raising these emotional ass sons. I'm the nigga who went on an onslaught putting pressure on the rainbow community on how they need to, how they owe everybody apology, especially the black community, for Jeffrey Dahmer's victims being mostly black men. And they ain't spoke up for none of that shit, but they talk about they the victims. But they don't claim Jeffrey Dahmer. They don't claim the Nashville shooter. Them my words. I've been took that stance. So don't ever come at me talk about some Coonan or Sambone. When we wrong, we wrong. This is a situation where we fucking wrong. The boy went overboard. Only thing we can do is pray for him and hope he can get this sentence down. But he was gonna go away. You niggas say, oh, stand your ground. No duty to retreat. You need to read the whole law. With the fine line. Know where you can take weapons at. Because every little technicality, when you take a life, every technicality is going to be thrown in place. It gets serious when a life gets lost. No matter the race. Stop getting blinded by this white supremacy cloud that you have over your eyes and you can't see shit. I just put a video up on my Instagram. It's a black lady telling a whole black community, let me just play you the audio of what this stupid bitch is saying. Black chick. Matter of fact, let me just post the video. Let me just show y'all the video. We're gonna go back to this, but let me just show you the type of shit that we got people online supporting. This niggas in my comments like, yeah, she right. I'm like, lead the way with this stupid shit. You gonna listen to this bitch? Go ahead. Lead the way. Lead the way. Cause you niggas have lost y'all mind. Some shit is just dumb, bro. Some shit is just uncalled for. This one situations. You talking about some kids fighting. Well, okay, let's take high school out of it. What if it was in grade school? Let's say that they was eighth graders. 4 8th graders gonna go jump on one little boy, and the little boy pull out a knife. Y'all gonna ride for that? First thing you gonna say, what the fuck you doing bringing a knife to school? Cut it out. See, we like to ride for stupid shit. And we like to listen to these bitches. This is the type of shit that...
Why we're not getting nowhere is because we're not committing enough crimes against humanity. We're not. The Asians and Hispanics done fucked around and called Stockholm Syndrome to these white motherfuckers. And we ain't do shit to them. And we the ones that they hate. When you become the villain, that's when people really respect you. And until we understand that... But you know what? We're not disgusting people, so it's not gonna happen.
If you see these niggas in my comments on Instagram and Facebook, letting this bitch hype them up, like we need to start committing crimes against humanity. Where this bitch gonna be? In the beauty shop getting a lace front? While you niggas out here laying your life on the line for some... Bro, you crazy. Say, why does he feel he had to bring a knife? Well, he was getting bullied. So? Bitch, you black. Only motherfuckers that cry about being bullied is white people. Nigga, that's a part of our culture. Nigga, you from Baton Rouge. Boy, if you don't even kick some ass or crack some jokes. When did y'all get so goddamn soft? Oh, we was being bullied. A nigga tried to bully me in school. I either got jumped, beat up, or I'm roasting a nigga to death. Or we fighting. But I'm not, oh, I was getting bullied. I came to school with all types of weapons. That's what white folks do. They get bullied, they come shoot the whole school up. You got to be the dumbest. That's what I'm talking about. Now niggas ain't black no more. That's a part of growing up in the hood, bro. And I'd be damned if I go move to a white area and some white people start bullying me. It's up. Win, lose, or draw, nigga, nigga, it's up. And wait till my cousins get over here. Wait till I call my cousins. What are you talking about? You say Melo ain't grew up in the hood. He grew up in Baton Rouge. What are you talking about? He came from Baton Rouge. Who gives a fuck? Black folks don't talk like that. Oh, I'm being bullied. Bullied? Son, if you don't go fight, if you don't go fuck them boys up, stop playing. We come from the era where if you came home and said, they bullied me, boy, you better take your crying ass outside and go fight them. That's how we grew up. Fuck out of here. That boy is black. He ain't grew up in the hood. He sure act like it. Coming to school with a fucking knife. He didn't grow up in the hood, bro. He sure act like it. Coming to school with a knife.
Shut the fuck up!
You niggas be saying anything. Y'all just want this to be self-defense. I get it, man. I'm not mad at you for wanting that shit, but it just ain't. At the end of the day, it just ain't.
It's their own reality. It may not be truth.
Said he was 8 when he left Baton Rouge. He's still black. That household, that mama don't speak with the king's English, nigga. Them family members of his, they not speaking with the king's English, nigga. He's that's a nigga household. It's just in the South Side. It's just in the burbs, bro.
But in their mind, it is their own reality. For a person to not able to objectively look at something, use common logic, common sense, to come to a determination just based on merely the facts, not the color of one's skin, that tells me a whole lot about your character if you choose that direction.
And you told me you feel like you know the moment this became more than simply a horrible tragedy and a crime story in North Texas, where it became this larger thing, and it was that press conference.
Yes, sir. I do believe that was probably one of the turning points. I was there to show up to pray. I was hoping we could show the world this wasn't a racial divide thing, that we could kind of close the gap instead of widening it.
Fam, it's not self-defense, bro. It's too extreme. Motherfucker push you push him back. It's like, okay, say I throw a party, and it's a nigga that's coming up in my party, and I don't want him on a party. And he refuses to leave. And I'm like, hey, man, you're going to have to get up out of here. He like, touch me and see what happens. I'm like, man, hey, man, we're going to have to get you up out of here. As soon as I touch him, he shoots me or he stabs me. That becomes a self-defense case? I told him don't touch me. He put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. Dude said he put his hands on me. He didn't punch you. You have no bruises. He didn't choke you. He didn't kick you. He put his hands on you. Self-defense. All right, man. All right, buddy. You go see if that works for you in the court. Since you're so confident, the next person that touches you, stab him. Go ahead. You got, hey, you know what you're talking about. Try it. There ain't a nigga in this room that would try to do what Karmelo did. You saying that shit, try it. The next motherfucker that touch you on the shoulder, stab him. And see what happens. I don't think it's a nigga in the room that will try that shit. See, everybody saying that shit too. Put your feet in them shoes. You do it. Since you know every goddamn thing. Since you know what self-defense is, try that shit. The next person that touch you, English motherfucker, do you speak it? Try it. Try it. I dare you. I dare you. Next time you get into a person in the club, they touch your shoulder, step on your shoe, anything like you have an argument, grab a bottle and hit them. And say self-defense. See how it works out. Give it a try. Give it a try.
But at that point, they'd obviously retained the services of...
He didn't get punched in the face. Y'all just making up shit. But if he punch you in the face, he didn't get punched in the face. He touched me. He put his hands on me.
Dominic Alexander, a convicted baby-shaking felon advocate who decided to throw me out of the press conference, had me removed by police, and then proceeded to gaslight me and tell me.
That's another thing. He came in peace. The family publicly humiliated him. You don't think jurors saw that? That hurt his case.
I mean, how I was such, you know, I can't remember the word he used, but that I should.
That's what I'm saying. If like, okay, if let's go back to the scenario because brother just put a comment in here say he would have called the police. Exactly. But okay, let's say the nigga showed me the knife. I'm trying to get him up out of my party. He say, touch me, see what's gonna happen. And he shows me the goddamn knife. You got it, bruh. Let me ease on back. This nigga crazy. Y'all get back. Call the motherfucking police. Only reason probably anybody put their hands on him because they didn't think he had a fucking weapon. He surprised them with the weapon. Well, he got the surprise, 35-year surprise.
Shouldn't have been there, and it was not dignified to my son or myself, which I really couldn't quite understand as they proceeded to gaslight me, and also took it.
Yes, if you have to meet deadly force is only used when you with deadly force, bro. Like your life has to be on line. These motherfuckers didn't come to kill you, bro.
There was a young lady who has followed the case also from the entire time. Her name is Sarah Fields. Also showed information about her. That's when they took it from any type of remorse, which they did not show, to the fact of now we're going to play the race card. And now we're going to politicize this. Now we're getting a political activist involved. The two things I said on one of the first interviews I ever did was please don't make this about race and please don't politicize it. But they chose to do both.
And your goal that day was to simply get together and pray?
All I wanted, yeah. I was actually hoping to show them, hey, look, man, I know what happened was terrible. And your son made a horrible mistake. I was hoping for some accountability maybe and some remorse. Neither one was shown.
Have you ever spoken to the Anthonys?
See, his mother's name is Kayla Hayes. Let me see what his father's name is, man. Let's see what his father's name is, man. That dumbass nigga. Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes. So how the fuck are they married? How are they married?
No.
No apology, no remorse?
Nothing.
You were telling me you were inside the courtroom, quite obviously. After the verdict, the Anthonys left. They weren't there for Karmelo's sentencing.
That is correct. They weren't there for the sentencing, and they were not there for victim impact statements. They left that poor child up there by himself. As soon as the verdict was read, he was guilty. His family and some other advocates left the courtroom and turned it.
As soon as they said guilty, they left. They fucking bogus as hell. I really cannot stand his fucking his mother and father, bro. He was doing once you hear them speak, they are some of the dumbest, man.
In their badges.
You know, Jeff, I was talking to you earlier. I asked about Austin's twin brother, Hunter, and I asked you, what has life been like for Hunter in school? Frisco Memorial has other black students. What's the relationships been like at school? What has life been like for Hunter?
Well, I can't speak, for Hunter. I can only try to imagine. But I mean, he held his grades. He had straight A's this year.
That's your twin brother too, bro. That's wild as hell, bro. That's wild as hell, bro.
He was captain of the football team, took over his brother's position. I honestly can't see anyone that has the strength or the mental fortitude as much as that young man does. I told him, matter of fact, I told him right after the trial when he went up to give his victim impact statement that I saw a boy walk up there, but what I saw walk down was a man. He was calm, to the point, was able to articulate his words in a way that could be very understood very well. Asked Karmelo to look him in the eye to show him some respect, and never once became emotional and was able to convey what his thoughts were at that moment.
And you told me that multiple black students throughout Frisco High, Memorial High, also in the middle school, the entire community rallied around Hunter, rallied around your family, rallied around Austin. The point being, what was happening actually on the ground and in your lives was so different than what was taking place.
Yeah, this is fucked up, man. I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck what race it is, man. You know, losing a kid gotta suck. It's gotta be fucked up, man. This is like at school, at a track event. Like, you don't expect no shit like that. Maybe a house party and shit like that. You be worried all day, but you send your kids to a track meet. You ain't worried about no shit. You know?
Obviously, sir, I am very sorry to have to meet you under these circumstances. How is the family coping to make it through this time?
Well, I mean, we all grieve differently. Myself, my son, Megan. It's been a emotional role.
Yeah, we ain't making no better too. Motherfuckers was sending this dude death threats and all types of shit. Nigga, his kid dead. He ain't do no killing. Ain't a scratch on Karmelo. Y'all keep talking about all this jumping shit. Ain't a scratch on that boy. We watched the tape. Wasn't no goddamn melee. One person interacted with one person and one person got killed. Dude ain't have no abrasions, no nothing. Show me the scars on Karmelo. Since y'all talking about you got jumped. I ain't never got jumped and never had scars. That nigga was supposed to walk the fuck on, man. If it's 4 motherfuckers, okay, you got it. He wanted some smoke because he had a goddamn knife. But if he would have just showed it, I swear to God, if he would have just showed him he had the knife, them niggas would have ran. Let's say if it was a pistol. And he said, touch me one more motherfucking time. Watch what happened. The nigga touched him and then he shot him. Y'all still gonna be saying, that's self-defense? He was 18, he got a legal pistol. That was self-defense? Y'all gonna say that? The nigga got shoved and he shot a motherfucker. But y'all gonna say that? That's self-defense. But so then if you're gonna say that's self-defense, then you're gonna have to side with Chud the Builder. And I know you're not siding with Chud the Builder. He got touched. He told the motherfucker, touch me, see what's gonna happen. Motherfucker touched him, and he went out and shot his damn self and shot another motherfucker. So if you're gonna have that same logic, that if you get touched, you can use deadly force, then you gotta side with Chud the Builder. You can't pick just because you like the race. No, the scenarios are very similar. Touch me and see what's gonna happen. Deadly force is used. If you're siding with Karmelo on this shit, you're siding with Chud. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm gonna fuck your head up today. No, so it's cool. You believe in self-defense. You believe in self-defense. So just stick to your guns with that self-defense shit and make sure you keep that same energy for Chud the Builder. If you believe wholeheartedly that you can warn a motherfucker to touch you, knowing good goddamn well you got the intentions on shooting their ass if they do, or stabbing their ass if they do, taking their life if they do, you got to give Chud the Builder the same respect. And I don't give Chud the Builder the same respect. Because I don't believe either one of these cases are self-defense. If anything, the weapon could have been used to de-escalate. Because once the weapon is shown, motherfuckers change their mind about how they need to be approaching a motherfucker. Well, yeah, keep that same energy for Chud then.
Roller coaster. I'm exhausted spiritually, mentally, physically. So it's taken a great toll on all of us, and we're still navigating.
Say, Jap, you from Chicago, you already know we go too far too quick. That don't mean it's right. Stupid is stupid, no matter what state it is. Chicago niggas do some stupid shit. Like I told you about the nigga in Chicago who the rapper Lil Jeff came to his crib with a chopper. Trying to shoot him. He was a felon. And he shot him and killed Lil Jeff in front of his house. While Jeff was dead, he kept shooting him up. He cooked himself. Going overboard. I've been saying the words overboard since we started this show. Karmelo went overboard. The knife was extra. And you got to understand when you have a deadly weapon, you have a responsibility in how you use it. Because the law is once there's a body, the state or the government has a duty to try to get justice for that body. They not here to protect you. You better get your own defense. That nigga who did that overkill, he's in prison right now. Oh yeah, that was self-defense. Oh yeah, he was at his house. He's in prison for the overkill. Times, yeah, Chicago niggas go overboard. And I tell y'all, and I don't tell y'all for white approval. I tell y'all to get y'all motherfucking mind right. To show you that niggas is acting crazy out here, we got to tighten up.
Grief, where it's going to take us.
What do you tell yourself about why this happened?
Oh, I don't know the answer. I really wish.
Here we go. Niggas just got every excuse in the world. Hands are weapons. Hands are just. Shut the fuck up, bro. So you hands are weapons. Hands are weapons. niggas be you're trying. And this is what makes us look bad. When we keep trying to defend this dumb shit. Some shit we just have to let go. This is stupid. The boy was stupid. He did some stupid shit. It was emotional. He went overboard. Stop trying to defend it. You make black folks look bad. This is why white folks have the discussions that they have, and they cooking us right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm talking to y'all as y'all brother. We need not try to defend this shit. Because the more we try to defend this shit, the more of a laughing stock we look like. What young black male of today, YN, is getting bullied? These little motherfucking bastards. Listen to the motherfucking NBA young boy and shit. Talk about they getting bullied at school. You don't get the fuck out of here. that ain't even a steelo of a young black boy, man. Bullied. You don't get bullied, gays. And the nerds. And he's not either one of those. Cut it out. He's a star athlete. He's getting bullied. Y'all just gonna make him a bitch. He was a bitch for not fighting, but y'all just gonna make him even more of a bitch. He was bullied. They were bullying him. Get the fuck out of here. Bro, I wasn't the biggest nigga in high school. And niggas tried me. I big jumped. I've been hit with baseball bats. You know what I'm saying? I've been chased. We came back and beat ass. That's how you young motherfuckers supposed to be doing. What's wrong with y'all? We didn't come back with guns, knives, chains, none of that shit. Caught niggas slipping at River Oaks Mall and kicked their ass. Talk about bullying. I wasn't changing schools, taking different routes home. Fuck that shit. Told my big cousins them, they came up there. Who you talking about, cuz? These niggas. We got on them. Fuck that shit. What is wrong with y'all? Defending this dumb shit. Mentally respond, don't emotionally react. Sinful. Rest in peace to Sinful. And that's what this boy did. He mostly reacted. Raised by his mama, man.
Karmelo would have testified. So that's the big question.
Ain't nobody died. We fought rival high schools. That's just the shit that happens. Boys fight. Bitches pull weapons. Most of these new kids now are bitches. That's why you hear all these kids run around here with 30 shots and shooting everything. These little kids are bitches, scared of an ass whooping.
Question is, why? And since he chose not to testify, I'll never know that answer.
And you say that haunts you, because what would that mean to you to know?
No, it actually doesn't haunt me. It is what it is.
Bro, walking home from school used to be like a movie, bro. And grammar school and high school. It was coming up out here, man, wasn't nothing but fights every day coming from school. Like, this is, and I know he wasn't experiencing that with these white folks. He got one altercation, your first little altercation, you go grab a knife? You bitch. Like, come on, man.
I don't care what reason you give me. My son's gone. He's never going to walk through the door again and hug me. So realistically, I don't give it a second thought. We're moving forward. We're not looking in the past. So I need to focus on my other son and my own mental health, and just move forward and keep Austin's legacy alive for as long as I live.
How does it affect this situation that they weren't just brothers, they were twins, and of course his brother was there and witnessed all of this?
I can't imagine, first of all, having a brother murdered in front of me and then actually holding him in my arms trying to make the blood stop. I can't fathom what my son is going through and went through. I know during the court trial, there was some body cam footage played, and I could hear him screaming in the background. Oh my God, someone help. It's my twin, it's my best friend. Coach, help, help, God please, help, help. That was probably the most painful part of the entire trial.
All right, because everybody, I just need to ask the audience. If your son got killed by a kid with a knife at the track meet, who they had an altercation with, are you gonna blame your son? Are you gonna take the side of Karmelo? If Austin was your kid, are you taking Karmelo's side? Saying self-defense? From a shove? People defending Karmelo Chud are stupid as fuck. Both of these situations are stupid as fuck, and they're not self-defense. This is trying to utilize your weapon. This is trying to utilize your weapon, bro. Are y'all gonna ride? Are y'all gonna say, you know what, my son was wrong? He deserved to die. That's what y'all gonna say? You know you're not. Because you can't see past racism.
Trial, because I had never had access to that before. I had seen the video of the event, but never the body cam footage. And
again, where is the pain that was administered to Karmelo? What bruises? What scars? What cuts? What abrasions? What happened to Karmelo? Oh, he was jumped. When you're jumped, you got some stomping, some marks on you, some scuffs, what the fuck was on him besides the blood of the motherfucker he stabbed? No bruising of the cheek, no lumps, no stomp outs. Jumping. You ever been jumped before? At least your legs got a bruise, or at least your fucking rib, or your arms, at least like you ball up. Jumping. And after getting jumped, who can get up and just run that fast after being jumped? No discombobulation, no whoa. Y'all just believe anything. Where's his bruises? That would have been a defense here. Exhibit A, bruise on the shoulder from the touch. Black eye, chipped tooth, cut above the eye, bump on the forehead. What the fuck happened to Karmelo that's justified to where you need to be stabbing motherfuckers? Part of the issue is black folks have been conditioned to treat every case like an ongoing attack instead of like an individual cases that they are. Exactly. Shout out to Lord. Like I said, I'm trying to untrain your mind from being a dickhead. Because you motherfuckers sound ridiculous. I could see if he was bruised the fuck up, maybe it would have been warranted that he had to get a knife to get these niggas up off of him. But no damage was done to this boy. He walked away untouched.
It really, it rocked me to my core.
How did you arrive at the decision that even though you don't know why, even though you don't love the sentence, that when it comes to how you feel about Karmelo Anthony, that there is forgiveness for you? How?
That's easy. It's my faith. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I mean, I'm a Christian. And it says, you know, it talks about forgiveness in the Bible. And one thing about forgiveness, people need to understand this. It's not.
The family should have played into that, got with him, you know, made the imagery look better, made it look like Karmelo came from a sound home. But when y'all confrontational with the victim's family doing press conferences and shit like that, you think the judge gonna have, I mean, the jury gonna have mercy, the judge gonna have mercy on this shit? Y'all look like menaces. And them people out there all outside of the courtroom acting a fool to every white person they see, they menaces too. So we gonna prove a point. This is why black folks need leadership. And we need to get that microphone from them bitches' hands. Now, we're gonna run this down. I want y'all to make sure, again, we're gonna be dealing with a black attorney. He's gonna break it down. We got a few clips. He's been breaking this down all week, and I want to shout him out because he's a good brother. I know him personally. Dennis Sperling. He is an attorney in Texas, and he gives a non-biased insight to this, and you can see that when he talks to baby boomers like Willie D, they just don't want to hear the facts. So we got a few clips we're gonna run through, but you get a chance, go watch it. You know what I'm saying? And just listen to it with an open mind. Take race out of it. Once you take race out of it, you can't defend this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, man, I'm going to listen to a lawyer. I'm going to listen to a lawyer, bro. Because once you say self-defense, you still got to prove it. If you ain't in a life-threatening situation, you're not going to be able to just make one up now when a body is in the morgue. There's gonna have to be some proof. There's gonna have to be some pain that you experience. You haven't experienced any pain, Karmelo. Nothing happened. So let's get into this, man. Willie D, because they've been going at it too. I've been watching. They've been going at it. I was like, I gotta show the church because, you know, like I said, man, I knew this boy was not gonna get off. I just wanted him to get less time. That's being realistic about it. Wishing on a star and saying, yeah, free him, he gonna be not guilty. This ain't self-defense, bro. Because if we're gonna claim that as self-defense, we're gonna have to claim Chud as self-defense. And I'm damn sure not going with that Chud shit. Chud was agitating motherfuckers. He knew what he wanted to do if he had the opportunity to. Fuck that. Niggas going to the extreme with this shit. Stop carrying weapons when it ain't warranted, or pulling out the weapons when it ain't warranted. Fight back, bitch.
Those doors, Willie D. I'm gonna say, you big dummy. Why would you pull a knife out and stab somebody just because they pushed you?
Damn. He just come right in. Shout out to bro, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to him. Some of y'all got y'all feelings. Y'all don't like him, whatever like that. Hey, man. You know what I'm saying? He dealing with the facts, man. I'm just going to deal with the facts. Shout out to Stanley with the 10, man. Much love, man. I appreciate you for appreciating me, man. You know, it's hard out here for a pimp.
Willie D Live.
If I send my son to a track meet on a Saturday morning here in Texas, I don't expect him to come home in a body bag. On the flip side, if I send my son to a track meet, I don't expect to get a call from the jail a couple hours after he leave home telling me he done caught a murder charge. So we have to all agree that this is extraordinary. And I don't mean that in a good sense. I mean, this is unheard of. This is not normal. You see, and now we have to sit back and try to figure out, well, what happened? Okay, and when I go back to the facts of the case, Austin didn't have a gun. Austin didn't have a knife. Karmelo wasn't being stomped out. He wasn't being beaten unconscious. Okay, this was a teenage confrontation under a tent. This is a schoolyard fight and somebody popped up dead. You see, and see, I'm from a different generation, man. You run up on me, you gonna put hands on me, I'm gonna put hands on you. But I know well enough to know that even in some of the worst situations I've been in growing up in LA, man, if I'm in a circle, I'm in a circle. I'm gonna get my respect. Now, of course, you know, I'm a grown man now and I have responsibilities, but I'm not gonna pull out a blade or a pistol just because I'm getting whooped on or because I'm scared. I'm gonna come from the shoulders. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to protect myself, and I'm gonna get my respect. And
exactly. And that's why you know that boy wasn't raised right. You know that boy wasn't raised right.
God willing, you know, I'm gonna make them realize don't ever mess with that dude again. But under no circumstances I'm gonna pull out a knife and stab somebody, man. And see, here's the problem, Willie D. I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a father. You see, and I understand there's a racial dynamic associated with this. I get that part, because see, if the situation was reversed. See, Willie D, if it was a 210-pound black boy,
we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I mean, we might have been here, but it wouldn't be this controversial. I'm with you on that.
If the situation was reversed, we wouldn't even be here, because the first thing would have happened, they would have said, well, how did it start? What happened? Who started it?
If it was two white people, the only reason you niggas care about it because it was a black person and a white person. Just like every other case. We only care about these cases. That's a problem. $13 people just got shot on Juneteenth in Princeton Park, 95th in Princeton, for a Father's Day celebration and Juneteenth celebration, a drive-by. 13 people shot. Sprayed the crowd, over 100 shots. Talked about it for one day. This shit getting marches and all types of shit. Them 13 people got shot on Juneteenth. Ain't no marches. Ain't no t-shirts. Ain't no GoFundMes.
Oh, so you trying to tell me if the 200-pound black boy had not approached the 150-pound white boy, that this would have never happened. He wouldn't be dead. So keep your hands to yourself. I'm in these comments all the time. I'm online all day, every day. And that's all I see when it comes to bullying and people putting their hands on people.
We don't even talk like this. Now we being fake as hell as black people. We don't even talk like this. Bullying? he was being bullied. We don't even talk like that. We trying to tailor make this situation and make him more of a bitch than he already is by pulling that weapon. We trying to make him a bitch now. We don't talk like that. Talking about bullying. The fuck? That's white talk. Come on, man. That's white talk. Because I know you're not being genuine, man.
Even when women put their hands on men, people collectively say, well, she shouldn't have hit him. She hit him first. And it don't matter what he did to her after that. They say, well, she hit him.
Show me where Karmelo got hit at. That was life-threatening. That was worth taking a life. Show me those pictures and scars.
First. What do you think? What do you think was the most compelling?
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Miriam. That's soft talk. Especially coming from a black man, but you got to understand the era that Willie D come from. He is a baby boomer. He's a baby boomer. So you're going to get that we shall overcome bullshit from him, bro. Everything gonna be racist. Everything gonna be racist. I get it. So we gonna make ourselves soft people now?
Argument for, or the effective argument for the defense that created some reasonable doubt.
Now I could see if it was 4 YNs that pulled up on him, he had to stab a nigga. You don't know what the YNs on. 4 white boys in Mayberry, Texas, run up on you. Man, hook off on one of them niggas. Will you? They ain't finna do nothing. They not about to murder nothing. Now, if you get confronted by 4 YNs in Inglewood, at their high school, you might have to pull your knife. Not in Mayberry. Cut it out. I'm getting bullied. Bitch talk.
I think the fact that he was sitting there minding his business the whole time.
I already said Rick Chow wasn't justified. He chased that boy down. Fuck you talking about, dickhead? You niggas, hey yo, man, stop trying to aha me, bitch. You niggas, black folks got a habit of trying to aha niggas. Shut up and hear the facts, dumbass. Niggas always try to aha.
That they were able to prove that Austin met.
Aha these nuts. Rick Chow was dead fucking wrong. He ain't had no business chasing that boy. He wasn't in danger. That was some bullshit. Okay? You got your aha? Fucking assholes, man.
Cap put hands on him first. That he was invited there by the friend who, denounced him as a friend. And that's another thing, and I don't want to get off on a tangent. Yeah. It seems to me, and I know they had 21 witnesses, I get that, or 20 witnesses, but it seems to me like people are trying to distance themselves from Karmelo Anthony. And the reason that they're trying to do that is because in that community, they all have to live there.
You say Dennis Sperling defended Rick Chow? I don't. If he did, I don't agree. Okay? Y'all be thinking that every nigga is just, if a nigga say one thing y'all agree with, I'm gonna agree with everything he say from here on out for the rest of his life. I told y'all with the Myron shit. Y'all see me did shit back in the day. He turned into a faggot ass nigga, bitch ass nigga. Turned into some bullshit. I don't fuck with his ass no more. Simple. Fuck with everything niggas do. They say something that I can agree with. I hear them out. I'm a nigga. That's why I said we are the free thinking. My thinking is free. I'm not confined to niggas' ideologies. Free thinking, straight black man. How many times I had to clear this shit up? That's why I don't fuck with the manosphere. They want to do gay shit. They want to be tricks. They want to do perverted shit. That's not a representation of me. I used to agree with things that they did. Some things I agree with. I no longer associate. Simple. See how that works? When you're a free thinking straight back man, you think for your fucking self. Think for yourself.
Okay, the judges got to live there. The jury's got to live there. They got to go back into that very same community, and they don't want to be the jurors who acquitted this young man. And I'm only saying what I'm saying. Okay, people don't leave their biases at the courthouse door when they walk in. They still have their strongly held beliefs, which includes their religion, their race, their perspective on life. And that's why I go back to the fact that, had the roles been reversed, right? And you had a little white boy sitting there minding his business and some big black kid came and put hands on him. And they would say, well, where was he supposed to go? Out in the rainstorm? They would be, people would be making excuses for him. All right. They'll be telling what did that boy say? The black kid, the guy up in Tennessee, they just saying he's imping out. You see what I'm saying? That's what they would have said. They would have made every excuse why this black boy deserved it. I get that. Okay. But that's not the scenario that we have here. You don't get the benefit of the doubt if you're a black person in America. And that has a lot to do with the racial caste system. And we can go into 400 or 500 years of history and science and religion and how it's been used to.
But see, when you know that, that's why it takes good parenting, especially great fathers, to sit down and have that talk with your black son and letting them know that the rules are different for you. You got to move different. You got to move calculated, son. You don't get the right to black out. These laws are not tailor-made to save your black ass, son. This is what you're up against. This is the real fucking world. Karmelo was not prepared for the real world of being a black man because he never was taught.
To castigate black people in our image, I get that, okay? But in this particular situation, man, and that goes to a larger thing that black people are often vilified for defending themselves. And I'm gonna say that, but that's just true. But the bottom line in this particular case,
I like this discussion because he was non-biased. He spoke about both sides. That's what I'm about. But the fact is, this boy went overboard.
When we just sterilize this and we look at the law, where was the deadly force justified in this altercation?
If you were sitting on that jury, what would be the single biggest question you still want answered before reaching a verdict?
Oh, man. If I was sitting on the jury, I'm going to read the jury charges. I want to know, because if you don't tell me, well, what I really want to know is the difference between manslaughter and murder, because I'm gonna be hurt putting this boy in jail for 20 years. And if there's any way I can, manslaughter, is that available? But then when I look at the actual charge, I'm gonna say, well, where was the need for deadly force? And so you slide right back into murder.
Did either side make a mistake, in your opinion, that could have swayed the jury one way or the other? Did they make a mistake, a key mistake, something that was glaring?
I don't want to. Well, yeah, I would say the all-white jury, when the prosecutors struck the last 3 black school teachers on peremptory exceptions on the grounds that they were educators and they didn't want them involved, because what that does is it allows for an appeal of the conviction. And that doesn't mean that Karmelo Anthony won't get convicted. What it means is there's grounds for a new trial.
That would be great. That would be great. But again, going back to what I said in the beginning, this dream team that they have assembled right now should have been in the beginning, upon inception. Karmelo would have got 7 years and been out in 3. But now his parents, after they had squandered the money, now they want to motherfuckers assimilate this dream team for the appeal. Should have went all out for him, balls to the wall, when it first happened. That shitty defense he had.
That's what that means. But the Batson, it was too obvious.
Hey, eloquent C Key, you're not funny. Shut up. Your jokes are weak, they whack, they lame. We talking about the case. If you can't talk about the case, get the fuck out of the chat room with these lame ass swimming pool jokes. No one's laughing with you. This is not the lame section of YouTube. Go to fucking Fresh and Fit with the bullshit, or go to Pearl's channel. Get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Why ain't nobody in the chat room checking that lame ass nigga saying that dumb ass shit? We talking about this case about this young black man who just got railroaded because his parents was on bullshit and he wasn't raised right. We having a real discussion and your dumb ass is coming here talking about swimming pools. Dumb motherfuckers.
You have 3 jurors left and you strike all 3 for peremptory charge. That lets
listen. You are free to disagree with me. This is what being black is about. We're gonna have a conversation. This is not an echo chamber. We can have a discussion. We're gonna have a discussion. I'm gonna open up the floor. But we're gonna go through all these facts, hear this shit, and talk about this shit. But we ain't not gonna have no goofies in here talking about swimming pools and bathtubs. Shut the fuck up. Take your lame ass somewhere else. This is not the lame section. I've been telling y'all, I am not aligned with the lames.
Me know that you didn't want them there, even though you said it was for non-racial reasons. You said it was because they were educators and they might know something that, you know, that a normal member of the community wouldn't know. But it looks to me like it was a black issue. And so because of that, I would say that opens up grounds for appeal. And the defense preserved that right on the record. That's what I see. That was the glaring mistake on the prosecutor's part.
In all of your years in being a lawyer, have you, and watching your daddy try cases, have you ever seen a white person be judged by an all-black jury?
No, I haven't, man.
I don't think that'll ever happen unless your ass in Africa. And even them Africans, you couldn't trust them. They're fucking around. The white man not guilty. White man not guilty. No, he is not. He could not have done this. The white man will be so great to us. There's just no way. It is no way the white man could be guilty.
That doesn't mean it's not happening.
I'm just saying, like, I just believe that, you know, if you look at history, if you look at history, throughout history, all white jurors have proven themselves mostly to be.
You're not gonna get an all-black jury in Mississippi or Detroit. You name the blackest city in the world, they're gonna find some white people. They're gonna find some white people. I'm like, listen, man, they're gonna be sifting through. It'll be a 10% population of white people. They're gonna go find some white people. Fuck this.
Incapable of giving a black person a fair shot. You know, almost 100% of the time.
But here's the thing too, niggas duck jury duty. Come on now. We all guilty of it. This is why it's important now. You got to talk about that. I'm guilty of it. I hate jury duty. I hate when they call me. I put it off to the last minute. I put jury duty off to the point where they hit me up and they say, if you don't come, you're going to have a bench warrant for your arrest. You're going to have a bench warrant for your arrest if you don't come to jury duty.
They are going to ride for the white person, whether that white person is a victim or a defendant. They are going to, yeah.
I'm gonna have to push back. I'm gonna go ahead and finish. I'm gonna push back on you. Go ahead. I'm gonna push back.
Okay.
My dad and I had a case in Dallas, and it was an all-white jury. And our client, and I don't like criminal cases. Let me just tell y'all, everybody do not call me if you've been involved in a criminal matter. I don't like them. I have a disdain for them largely because I watched my dad go in and out of court for years, and I just don't like the cases. I don't want to deal with it. And I just don't like dealing with the criminal justice system, whether it's the defendant or the prosecutor, because I already know if I'm a prosecutor, I'm gonna try to put everybody in prison. And if I'm a defendant, I'm not gonna like the fact that I have to defend people that I don't like. I'm just saying, and I know everybody has a right to a defense.
That's why I wanted him, because he's like, okay, he don't like both sides of that shit. So I wanted to hear his honest opinion about it. I forgot. I think he's a personal injury attorney. He deal with settlements.
I get that. But my dad and I had an all-white jury in Dallas, and they acquitted our client. And it was some really horrendous issues. Basically, it was county court. Dallas has had to be probably, 2006 or 2007. A gentleman had been accused of assaulting his former wife. So she came over to pick up her last alimony check, and he gave it to her and put it in her hand. And he said, the judge said that's the last one. So she kept banging on the door, throwing rocks at the door. So he opened up the door and said, hey, get away from here. And so what she ended up doing is trying to rush in. So he pushed her out, closed the door, and she immediately called the police on him, saying that he was the one who hit her and assaulted. And of course, if that happens, the police gonna just arrest you, put you in jail, and they'll let the judge sort it out. But we were able to prove with this all-white jury that our client was innocent. The ex-wife had ended up calling, trying to make an insurance claim and all sorts of stuff and recording, and so we were able.
You say you get OJ. Hey, I gotta watch that OJ trial again, because I remember that when we was kids. Did OJ have a black jury? Because that shit was damning. He had a lot of evidence against his ass. He had blood on the truck. He running away from the police. High speed chase. How the fuck he beat that? I ain't watched the OJ trial in years. How the hell did OJ beat that shit? Yes, OJ had a black jury. That's how he beat that shit. That shit, wow. Nigga. All roads lead to OJ. But I heard about it was a serial killer that was supposed to have did that shit though. It was a serial killer that was supposed to have did that shit. He had admitted that shit to his brother or something. If y'all look into it, I forgot that guy's name. But he was like a painter. He was painting in their house. He was working out, and he killed a lot of women, and they all looked like O.J. Simpson's wife, Nicole Simpson and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man. That's why we got to get more black jurors. Like I said, I put my shit all the way off until they send me the shit where I'm about to get a warrant. I would not take, I hate jury duty. You be in there for 8 hours and get $17 here in Chicago. When you get jury duty in Chicago, you got to be there for 8 hours, miss a day off work, sit in that room all day, eating from the vending machines. You get a break, go get some lunch. You got to come back and sit some more and watch the TV. Just sit there watching TV. It's a room, hundreds of people just sitting in this room. We just sitting there seeing if our number get called. Then when your number don't get called, you can go home and they give you $17. I don't know how they do it in any other state, man, but here we get 17. We get minimum wage 1 hour or some shit. You'll be like, what the fuck I'm gonna do with this? I can't even get no Jimmy John's with this shit. $17.
Prove that. We had another case here in Harris County, and
okay, so he said it was 9 black, 1 Hispanic, and 2 whites. And they all love football. The black folks had OJ back. The two white jurors love football. And the Mexican was just ready to go. The Mexican was like, I'm just ready to go, man. Not guilty, bro. Can we go home? This has been taking too long. Who think OJ did it, man? Who think OJ did? And then OJ so wild, he came up on after he got acquitted, he came out with a book saying, what if I did do it? Or some shit like that. That was the name of the book. What if I did do it? Or something like that. Imagine if I did do it. Or so, it was something like that. I was like, damn. OJ was wild, man. Hold on, man. What was OJ's book? OJ Simpson book. It was a wild book. The book was called If I Did It. If I Did It. Confessions of the Killer. If I Did It. That's wild.
Our client, who had other charges, in other words, they had just brought him from the back room. He was in jail already, but they said that he had done something to this other guy. It was assault, family violence, but
y'all said it was about some coke. Nicole had a kilo a week dope habit. A bitch snort a kilo a week? Nigga. That's a lot of booger sugar.
We were able to get the alleged victim's son to testify against the daddy on behalf of our client. And the jury said, well, we don't know what's going to happen, but the bottom line is, we were able to get an acquittal on that one. So
yeah, I don't believe that bitch is snorting a key a week, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crackheads can't even smoke a key. Nigga.
Those were 2 all-white juries in 2 different places in Texas, so you can get justice.
And those are probably the only 2 that happened that year.
I feel you, man, and I understand why. Because of the relationship that black people have with the criminal justice system here in the United States, I understand why we feel that way. But I've seen personally, not just with myself and with my father, but you have to, but if we just go, this ain't that case, man. In my opinion, this case with this Karmelo Anthony child, this ain't that case. This is a different case. Really.
Look, we got to treat every case by individual situation, man. We try to lump everything in. Well, this happening with this motherfucker? Man, we dealing with this shit right now. How we gonna handle this shit? You know what I'm saying? And niggas gotta stop throwing the race card around and acting a fool and rioting. When we got the life, when this boy's life is in the hands of white judges and white jurors, bro.
Look, man, let me share. You a daddy, I'm a daddy. Okay. What I'm gonna say to my children behind closed doors.
I know if I'd have brought a knife to school, my pops would have went off on me. Not on camera, y'all would have never heard it. I would have heard it from my pops. What the fuck are you doing bringing a damn knife to school? Really? A knife? I already know, man. All the people on Facebook and everybody probably been riding for me. My father wouldn't have. Like, this stupid motherfucker. I know how my pops would have did.
If something like this happens, it's not what I'm going to tell them in public. In public, I'm going to say, you know, my son is innocent until proven guilty. I'm going to say he had a right to defend himself. I'm going to say all these different things. Behind closed doors, Willie D, I'm going to say, you big dummy, why would you pull a knife out and stab somebody just because they pushed you? Have you lost your mind? Are you crazy? This is what I'm going to say to my son behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, I'm going to say, bro, I'm going to tell you, look, you pull out a pistol, you pull out a knife to stab somebody because they push your goofy butt. Have you lost your mind? Now we got to pay for defense lawyers. You ruined your life, okay, because you still going to have this charge. If you ever do anything, if you happen to get off of this, anything you ever do in your life again, they going to hold it against you. On top of that, you got a body. I'm raising you in the suburbs to be the best person you can be. You go to a track meet and you unalive some.
That's real talk. That's real fucking talk. I know y'all saying what sounds good on Facebook, but that's what you really would say if that was your kid. You're not going to be like, son, you did the right thing. The fuck out of here. Once you get that bill, once you get that lawyer bill, once you see that bail, you ain't gonna be talking like you talking in my comment section. You're like, what the fuck you put the family through? We gotta put the house up for this stupid shit.
Somebody, we not in the hood no more. What got you so upset that you felt the need to whip out a pistol? You can't fight. You can't defend yourself. This is what you do. You just go straight from he pushed me to I'm stabbing somebody to death. Think about that, man. I mean, as a father, yeah.
As a father, respectfully, I have to say that I am going to err on the side of defending yourself by any means necessary. I got to think about my son being pushed around by some 225-pound kid. Now, if it's a kid about his size and he gets
pushed, not punched, not stomped out, pushed. He played football. He's pushing all, man, come on, man, the locker room. Niggas used to fight in the locker room, bitch. Willie D is such a dumbass. Willie D is such a victim. This shit was dumb. This shit was dumb and avoidable.
get pushed, man, fight the dude. But if you got this guy walking up to you in Frisco, in Frisco, Texas, okay, this is Frisco, Texas, where it's predominantly white and ruled by white folks. Everything is run by them. And you've seen already these cases of white people pushing black folks around, and you see it all day, every day on the internet.
You don't got the right to stab. Shoot. Deadly force, bro. It gets serious. This was not serious enough for the deadly force.
Now it's your turn. Now somebody then decided that they want to push my son around and they want to try him. This big guy come up to my son and push my son, and he got back up. My son is scared. If he pull out a knife and stick him, I'm going to stand with I'm not going to tell him, why'd you do that? Why? No, he feared for his life. If I fear for my life, that's why I wanted to tell you earlier when you was saying you would have just fought him. I'm going to tell you, if I fear for my life, man, look here, man, I'm going to defend it with everything I got.
Willie D's a boxer. I know he ain't going for no goddamn knife. Man, teach your kids.
And yeah, I will stick you. I'll stick you. Let me tell you something, bro. I'll shoot you. I'll stick you. I'll hit you with a stick. I'll bite you.
And you'll be in jail just like my uncle was, doing that dumb shit.
I'll claw, I'll kick you, I'll do anything I can to get you off me.
They was not on him. He has no markings, no bruises.
And so, I wouldn't be.
We can't make shit up for this boy, bro. That's what we got to stop doing. Stop making shit up for this boy. We saw the tape. That nigga ain't get jumped, bro. We know what jumping looks like, bro. Come on, man. We know what jumping looks like, nigga. We see it all day on Facebook, nigga. We see it all day on Facebook, nigga. Stop it.
Wouldn't admonish my son for doing that. Like I would hate that he took those measures. He had to take that.
He say he's 5'9". Man, let me tell you something, man. Me and my cousins went to this party with a rival high school. I think I told y'all a story. Pierre Thomas, he played for the Saints. I got into it with his ass. This motherfucking nigga, we was both dating the same girl, and this girl was two-timing us. But he was all tender in the dick or whatever like that. I guess we was telling her some bullshit or whatever like that. I kind of just stopped fucking with the bitch. I had a bumping into him. I only had like 3 of the guys with me. 2 of my guys, one of my guys was a bitch. This is the biggest nigga out of the crew. One of my niggas from the hood was like 5'4". You talk about that 5'9" shit. He was only 5'9". Man, my nigga Lil Rue rolled with us. And we held that shit down. We was getting jumped by them niggas. There's about 12 of them niggas. We held that shit down. And Lil Rue and his cousin jumped into that shit. And Lil Rue was fighting big football players. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Oh, he's 5'9". Nigga, we the same size on the ground. Nigga, because that's where all fights end up, on the motherfucking ground. You get the motherfucking tussling and wrestling and shit. We didn't get the best of them niggas, but we got our shit off before the police got there. We didn't come back with guns. We didn't come back with knives. Nigga, cut that shit out. I'm like, oh, he was only 5'9". Nigga, he ain't got no heart. Shit, I ain't the tallest nigga in the world. I'm 6 foot flat. There's some big, tall motherfuckers. Shit. Hit him first. Fuck that. But I ain't trying to kill a motherfucker. You only have to kill a motherfucker if you have to, bro. He didn't have to kill these motherfuckers. He didn't have to. Y'all just do yourself a favor. Next time somebody tap you on the shoulder, stab him and see what happens to you.
That type of drastic measure, I'd hate that he had to take a life, and he got that on his mind. He got that on his record. I hate the fact that he's going to have to go through all of this stuff, and he putting us through it also. But I'd have to be understanding that he feared for his life. And if he feared for his life and he take a drastic measure like stabbing somebody, I'd have to be understanding of that.
Everybody who ride with Karmelo, that's fine. Just make sure you put something on his books for the next 35 years. This you really believe that this shit was justified? Find it in your heart, man. Make sure you support that nigga for the next 35 of them.
And bro, I respect that, but that's why Karmelo's in prison right now. That's why you're gonna go to prison for 20 years.
I understand, but I understand exactly what you're saying. But at the same time, man, if we look at history of black people defending themselves, a lot of these same arguments have been made throughout the years, and that is why our progress has been so slow. We are quick to not fight back, to not stand up for ourselves. And whereas other people, when they stand up for themselves and they fight,
you can stand up for yourself without a knife. You take the knife out of this. We just got some motherfuckers fighting at a goddamn track meet, and it had been on World Star. The knife was not needed.
They typically get things to go their way. I do believe that black people, one of the reasons why our progress has been so slow is because we always, well, not always, but, invariably, we just decide, oh, I'm scared. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. But it's funny to me that we have no trepidation whatsoever about having that type of aggression towards each other. It's only when we're dealing with white folks primarily and others do we have that hesitation. And so my thing is that, man, I don't care who you is. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what you do for a living. If I feel my life is in danger, I got to protect myself. And I would want my son to do the exact same thing.
Now, Willie, I'm gonna push back a little bit. We have defended ourselves. We've had the deacons of defense back in the 1960s over in Louisiana.
I'm talking about respectfully. I'm talking about to where as defending ourselves is code. Defending ourselves is automatic.
First of all, we gotta know the damn laws, man, before we start trying to back them and trying to use them as our defense. We gotta know what the hell, when you can use deadly force. Karmelo Anthony is the situation that is going to be the example of when you cannot use deadly force. He literally has to be the example now. If a motherfucker shoves you, you can't kill him. They have to be about to kill you. We have to use Karmelo. It's so unfortunate that we have to use this Karmelo Anthony situation to get clarity on what stand your ground and self-defense is. Some of y'all want to be that example. Go out here and try this. You know what you're talking about. Try it. We'll be doing a show about you. Go out here and try this stupid shit, and we'll be doing a show about you.
Automatic. And I mean all of us. It's automatic that we defend ourselves. It's automatic that if you put your hands on one of them, oh, it's going to be hell to pay the captain. Every single time. Not every now and then.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with us defending ourselves. But what I do have a problem is bringing a knife to a fist fight. And that's the crux of my argument. At what point do we say, hey, look, you can't bring extraordinary force to an ordinary altercation? You just can't do it because that's out of pocket.
I agree with that, but how does he know that it's just going to be a regular fist fight when he's surrounded by these other guys? When this guy is so much bigger than him. Ain't nobody finna just sit there and if they got a weapon, ain't nobody gonna sit there and just let somebody beat them down if they got a weapon. I ain't gonna let nobody beat me down. I ain't gonna let no big ass dude beat me down.
I get that, but all he did was push him at that point. It was just a push.
It was a forcible push.
It was a forcible push. He picked him.
God. Really, nigga? Really? A forcible push. He's gonna push you down a flight of stairs. He gonna push you up the bleachers? All right, bro.
Up and jacked him up like a football player. Both of these boys play football. You telling me that Austin, that Karmelo Anthony never playing football? He never been pushed like that before?
This is one of the questions I would have wanted to know if I'm a viewer. Why did Austin and his brother Hunter get suspended from school?
Because they were assholes.
Why were they suspended from school?
Because they were bullies and they were bullies.
Who else did they put hands on? See what I'm saying? From what I understand, they had a reputation for bullying. They had a reputation for being bullies.
Yes.
His brother Hunter is not innocent in all of this either.
So what? Kick their ass. Call your cousins.
I believe that's one of the reasons why he didn't take the stand.
I absolutely agree.
And his statements have been inconsistent.
Now let me phrase it like this. I absolutely agree that they had a reputation for being bullies. That's how the jury. How would you care if somebody else? What is the character of the deceased what do you know him in the community? He has a reputation for being a bully. Okay, we can concede that, but the question still goes back to, was deadly force necessary in this altercation, not in his past interactions, because he doesn't have a reputation.
That's what they're gonna do at court. They're gonna deal with that particular situation. Okay, he has a reputation of bullying. Okay, this situation, he shoved somebody. You don't got the right to kill nobody if they shove you, bro. If so, give it a try. Sacrifice yourself. We'll be doing a show about your ass. This stupid motherfucker got shoved in the club and shot everybody up. He was in a stand your ground state. He had no duty to retreat. Okay. All right. He had a legal firearm. Okay. Let's watch the trial. Call your cousins.
Killing people in the past or pulling out knives. In this situation where he put hands on Karmelo Anthony, was it reasonable for him to believe that deadly force was being used against him, or force sufficient to cause serious bodily harm? My understanding, they didn't even know each other. So how could he say? And he didn't take the stand anyway, so we'll never know. He didn't come up there and testify as to his mindset. And I get why. You don't want to put your client up there if he may do harm under cross-examination to your case. But the bottom line is, we still got to go back to, was this level of response necessary? And I don't see it being there, and I don't think that the evidence is not saying it was there.
I think it was overboard. Like I said, it's overboard. But you know, that's what this is about. Let's have the discussion. You know, let's discuss it.
Oh, where we are. What we talking about, Texas, we put more people to death for capital murder than anywhere else in the world. Right here in the great state of Texas. This is what we do here.
Willie D Live.
Now let me give you some. We'll just say, I guess, for the people, legal game. Let's listen. I want you to hear this strategy for me. All right. So the reason we don't know what happened is because we haven't heard Karmelo Anthony speak. He didn't come up on the stand and testify. We shouldn't hold that against him. Defendants who are accused don't have to testify. But Karmelo Anthony was 17 when this incident happened. He's 19 now. Willie D, a fully grown, mature man, is going to be able to testify different than a young 17 or 19-year-old boy on the stand. Same thing with Dennis Sperling and any other mature adult. We're going to say it. We're not going to feel overly stressed out. It is what it is. Okay. This 19-year-old boy, had he testified now, his testimony would be locked in to the public record forever. So let's say he gets an appeal, and I think he will be granted an appeal because appeals are mandatory in the state of Texas. The state of Texas Court of Criminal Appeal.
What is it going to take for him to get a new trial? He really needs a new trial. He really needs a new trial, bro.
It's an intermediate court, so it's mandatory. So he's going to be granted an appeal. They're going to look at everything.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Mistakes had to be made for him to get a new trial. The only mistake that I can say was from the lawyers not bringing him up there. If they find inconsistencies down the line, I guess, with the witnesses, because there was some witnesses saying they didn't know him, they weren't friends with him like that, but they was real friends and they was taking pictures with him. He really needs a new trial with this dream team. Dream team should have been brought out in the beginning. That's what I told y'all.
I think there's a more than 50% chance that this particular verdict is going to be overturned because they excluded all of the black jurors. Now, we can go into that another time, but if people want to look up Batson, I think that's a good reason. So now, as I said earlier, and I want you to understand the mindset of a criminal defense attorney, we understand that this young man was going to prison. Any lawyer worth...
There's not a lawyer in the world that would have thought he was going to be guilty, was not going to go to prison. I'm sure every lawyer they sat down with was like, yeah, you're going to jail for this, but we're going to try to go for this. So for that whole year, his whole mind had to be wrapped around, I'm going to jail. There was not going. Listen, I know everybody on Facebook, Instagram, and all y'all talking about it's self-defense, he should get off of this. There's not a lawyer in the world that would have took that case and told him with a straight face that they were going to get him off and he was not going to do any jail time. They ain't want, dude, it's just too obvious. I got cousins that went through shit like this. You know what I'm saying? I got cousins right now serving 40 years. You know what I'm saying? We just sent him an iPad. Shout out my cousin Dink, man. But, bruh, ain't a lawyer in the world. Once they seen all that shit, then you was running your mouth and you confessed and all this shit, and it's a body, it's a white one in front of kids. Nigga, you're going down. Let's just be real about this shit. I know it ain't right. I know you don't want it to happen, but it's going to happen and it's real.
Assault is going to say you got a confession, a dead body, and a murder with dozens of witnesses. He's going to go to prison. The question, if he had been able to go to prison with manslaughter, that would have been a win. And I know that's hard for the public to understand. People think this is going to be.
Thank you. That's all I've been saying. I've been saying that from the fucking beginning. I wanted him to get manslaughter. I wanted him to get a proper defense. That's the only thing we could have That's the only thing we could have hoped for. He did not get a proper defense, bro. If any of y'all thought that, yeah, he supposed to get off scot-free. No. This ain't attempted murder. It's a body. A child. A minor. In front of kids. At a kid event. You got to get real with yourself. I don't know what movies you've been watching, but this ain't a movie. This is real life. That's all I was telling y'all. I'm like, man, we got to be real about this shit. I hope we can get him a good defense and get him manslaughter. Terrible defense. Damn, they gave him life.
A Perry Mason moment, defendant, you're free to go. That was not going to happen in this case. I don't think it would have happened in this case if it was an all-black jury, a black judge, black prosecutor, black victim, and a black defendant. You're going to go to prison. The question is, are you going to go to prison for 7 years, 7 to 10 years, or are you going to go to prison from 5 to 99 years? He got the 5 to 99 years, of which they gave him 35 years. So now let's look at the strategy here. If we know he's going to go to prison, if we know there's more likely than not he's going to get a retrial, then why not preserve the idea of have him testifying until he gets a little bit older, till he can sit in that cage? And I know it's bad. It's going to be bad. It's not going to be all good, but it's not going to be all bad. He's going to mature. He's going to grow. Hopefully he programs correctly. His mind will mature. 7 years from now, when it's time for a new trial, okay, he doesn't have that 19-year-old testimony saying, well, you said this then, you said this then. What's changed? You've had a chance to sit in that penitentiary with them hardened criminals and work out your life. That's what the prosecutor's going to say. We knew he was going to do at least 7 to 10 years. We knew that. Anybody.
That's coming from a lawyer, bro. And that's what I was telling y'all. I've been saying that from the beginning. I've looked at all these type of little cases like this, and people been getting like manslaughter. It's usually about 3 to 7, 7 to 10, shit like that. He can come back and be somebody. Serving half of that with good time. He could have came back and been somebody. When you tell a motherfucker he 35 and he got to serve 17, shit. if he can make it. In Texas, some of y'all got to think too. What state are you committing these crimes in? Texas, bro. You don't want to be in no Texas penitentiary. I'm going to tell you that right now, young nigga. What's going on, 2 Cent?
Yeah, my bad. I'm unmute myself. Yeah. Hey, hey, at the end of the day, man, I get, I love your show and all that stuff, but I'm one of them people, I got to push back on it. No disrespect in anything that I say.
It ain't. I'm not going to jail.
Right.
I'm not mad about it at all.
Yeah. And I don't want to sound insensitive. Like, I could care less about Bill Cosby, P. Diddy, Karmelo really going to prison. It's just conversation, but I understand the disparity in the law. And that's what Black people have a problem with. Man, my differences about the case is so much. I know it's a show, so I don't want to go too far in it, but I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I'm not co-signing none of the things, the white talking points and what they're saying about Black people. And the YouTube community is perpetuating it. They don't have to say anything, because guess what? We're going to have Black people, he shouldn't have did this and did that. It's still an opinion, but I'm not going to voice it like that, not on no damn internet. I'm not giving it to them. And you understand where I'm coming from. It's some cold stuff that I'm trying to say. It's still the internet. Ain't no way in hell that I'll be on the internet and tell them what we doing, what we should do and stuff. Now, that stuff has to be private until it get infiltrated.
Understood, but like what I'm saying is, though, the main point is our brothers need to talk to their sons and utilize this situation as a learning lesson to teach your sons to not go overboard, because the laws are not made to protect your Black ass.
Correct.
Just because a white person can get away with it don't mean you're going to get the same favor.
Right. See,
and don't risk it.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like, I ain't gotta hit a woman, slap a woman. You know why? Because she's seen what happened, and it's almost like some buck breaking type stuff. See, what we're gonna teach our sons, and you know what? The Clint people gonna have to teach their son. Hey, you don't know what they're gonna do. You can end up like Metcalf. So at the end of the day, he damn near took one for the team. I hate that he did that actually occurred, but I understand why you would. He's in my world. He's a dweeb. He was a smart kid, and he was living in a predominantly white or non-Black community. He can't fight. Yeah, you better have something, some type of weapon. Karmelo can't fight, bro. You know it.
I'm not going with that. He played football, bro.
Okay. I know a lot of chumps that play football.
But still, dog, that's a physical contact every day, every practice. You banging up, like, bro. And then, like, I played football. We fought all the fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm not buying that. Especially he coming from Baton Rouge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he had a little white girlfriend and shit like that. But at the end of the day, motherfuckers push back, man. And he had the ability to pull that knife out and show him what you walking into.
Yeah.
This ain't what you want. If he would have did that, it'd have been a different story. It'd just been a story of, he got told on a Black kid pulled a knife on, he got suspended. Okay, fine. No lives was lost. But the surprise, that's him said, he's like, he did a chud. Touch me and see what's gonna happen.
Okay.
And then if Austin would have known he had a knife in his hand, Austin would not have touched him.
Yeah.
We're still talking about kids here, bro. We can't look at this shit like these are two adults talking to each other, having a confrontation. These are fucking kids.
Yeah.
So of course they're gonna shove each other. Because they're like, yeah, you're a bitch, and they're gonna hit him again. That's what kids fucking do. He took it to the extreme, like he's gonna die from getting pushed.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me clear up a couple things that we talked about, because I listened to the whole show today. Okay, we know that the lady that you see, that's not his mama, that's his stepmother. And
so hold on, the Kaylee Haley.
Yeah, his mother name is something Marcy Anthony or something. She passed away when Karmelo was 2 years old. See, they were staying in back. The dude from, if you understand the dynamics of Louisiana, no disrespect to anybody in Louisiana, it's a different mindset. It's they one of the poorest areas in the Union. Yeah, like Mississippi and stuff like that. It's a different mindset. So people think because he's standing at well-to-do, that's what he is. That's what he's brung up on. No, he ain't. That dude got Louisiana in him. His mom, that ain't even his mama.
Well, you can't bring that Louisiana shit to Mayberry suburbs, bro.
Exactly. We know that. That's his father. Look, at the end of the day, we ain't got a dog in the fight.
His fucking father.
It's his father. Because even still in a situation like that, I know he had a little side job. Maybe he was walking somewhere and he just felt he wanted to keep it just in case. I'd rather have it. It's like insurance. I don't get in car accidents, and I ain't never been in one. But it's better to have insurance than to not to have it type of deal. So I get it. I get it with the whole carrying a blade because, man, shit. Boy Scouts and all that. The Boy Scouts not even big like it was when I grew up. Yeah, we got knives, but you didn't, man. I didn't know. I didn't see a lot of stabbings throughout my life, but he chose that. I'm like, damn, he was in that much of a threat.
Can you carry a knife on school grounds as a student?
Oh no, that answer is definitely no. Definitely no.
Right there, and he know that.
Okay. Can you fight on? Are you allowed to fight on school premises?
Carrying a knife.
We know that's
no. You can't. No, you're not supposed to fight. But
okay, but he did that. He broke the rules.
Fighting is not bringing a deadly weapon.
No, but still, they both break the rules. See, we trying to confuse policy of school and policy of law.
We're trying to justify a fucking knife being at school.
Yeah, it was wrong. Hey, I get mad. I would get mad at my son if he was fighting at school. I know your son that was wrong.
Yeah, but you'll be even more mad if your son get caught with a deadly weapon at school.
No, the punishment does not fit what happened. You would have to prove to me. I would think.
No, even if you were on the street, if you punch somebody, that's a petty assault. If you hit somebody with a deadly weapon, a beer bottle or something upside their head, or you pull out a knife or you hit them with a baseball bat, that's assault with a deadly weapon. It's a totally different charge and it's upped.
Okay, but
it's more than a fucking fight and a scuffle.
Okay, yeah. Now you're in my wheelhouse on my research and stuff and resources that I was.
Let me stop you real quick.
In the criminal justice system, knew based on the evidence, not even having anything to do with the case, knew he was going to prison.
Hold on. Now I pressed the button. Hold on. We got another. See, this is the stupid shit we're talking about. It wasn't a knife, it was a tool.
Nah, that's bullshit.
Now you see, this is why we have to do shows like this because
that's
black folks don't go look shit up and look at the evidence. Even the fucking what's her name? Jasmine Crockett was running around here telling motherfuckers that it wasn't a knife, it was the Swiss Army multi-tool thing with the bottle opener and all that shit. And then when the facts came out, it was a fucking knife. The ones at the gas station. But then you got people like this that come in the chat rooms, bring this stupid ass disinformation to try to fit the narrative, to try to back this bullshit. That was a goddamn knife.
It was a knife. Yeah, I can agree. I can agree on that.
You know what? I was wrong. No, they keep doubling down until they finally find and they can because they're trying to get an aha moment. We have to stop that dumb shit. It was a knife.
Yeah, I hate it when I hear people that try to play, oh, you did that because I'm black. No, bro, I did that because you sitting here walking out with all the store goods in your pockets and you walking out with it. And some people play the race card all the time. And that's us and that's we. No, I look at it, that's them. I'm not every black man. Do not broadly paint me as every black man. It's too many people. I don't do that with no race. I would be a racist if I did that. Every white man is a pedophile. Every white child, shoot up the schools. That's racist as hell.
See, this is why we not equipped to have these discussions with white folks. We got to get our shit in order, because it's niggas in the chat room right now talking about a screwdriver and a knife can do the same thing. What if it was a screwdriver? You see what I'm saying? Anything to try to justify this dumb ass nigga bringing a fucking knife to a fist fight, bro.
Right.
Niggas talking about, a screwdriver can stab somebody too, bro.
Right. He could have stabbed. He could have did with a. See what bothers me, and this is what you would have to teach your son. Look, even if you did have to use a weapon, it's a difference when you grabbed the pole and you swung and hit him in the leg and broke his knee. Then you crushed his head with the pole. And like, he hit him in the chest. I know. See, I wanted the defense to argue and get the dude on the stand and say, man, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know. I was just wildly poking him, because I don't think the child really intended to, like, I'm going to unalive him. I don't think that was the intentions. It was a bad decision even to have it. Hell, I can go back. Hell, what if Metcalf wasn't even born or some stupid shit like that? The bottom line is he took the damn knife to school. He chose that. Now you have to, there are immediate, tangible actions to what you did. Tangible things to what you did, consequences. He has to suffer that. But 35 years, hell no. That's what we mad at right now, Jack.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. I told you he was gonna get locked up. Let's get it down to manslaughter, get him proper defense. But his parents were selfish. They took the money, bought a crib, bought an Escalade, went on trips, gave him a shitty ass lawyer with $70,000 of that money. You know what I'm saying? And now they want to have a dream team. Bullshit. They should have had the dream team in the beginning if they cared about their damn son.
Yeah, it's the mentality of it. I don't have any record. I didn't see, because a lot of times I know you can lease. I see people lease stuff all the time. I'm like, damn, bro, you got a nice crib. It'd be leased. And sometimes you could. I'm hoping he did that. He actually leased.
That money was not for them. It was for him.
Yeah, but it was for the security. You can't live a regular life. After that happened, bro, you got to have security. You got to move out to the boondocks or whatever. You can't, there's no more normal life. It's no more normal. He would never have a normal life. He would forever be known as that dude that did that. You know how many people want his head?
They could have, if they really cared, they could have lived more modestly. They didn't have to go get a bigger house. They could have got a small ass motherfucking condo or a motherfucking townhouse, something like that. They could have downsized to get out of this situation.
Yeah, I would have moved out. I would have moved out the city. I'm hoping they move. I don't know where they at, but I've never seen the record. I know people saying they bought an Escalade and bought a house.
They could have sent just him to family members.
True.
And he come back during trial.
Nah, but I want to be around my kid. If it's my son, I want to be.
It's the strategy of it. We got to allocate this money for your defense. Period. It ain't about us. It's about you. The people was donating for him, not that family to be living it up.
Yeah. See, at the end of the day, dude thought he was gonna. Maybe he thought he was gonna get a nice. He was already a popular lawyer, but at the end of the day, guess what? He took a L on that. I'm like, man, I watched you take a L on this. I ain't never getting him. That type of deal. They had the money, but when people say those things, we don't know if it's true or not. You can lease a car. You can lease a house.
You don't need to be leasing shit right now. You don't need to be leasing shit. You need to be motherfucking under the radar, low key as fuck. That boy need to be sent back to Baton Rouge with a family member somewhere, something like that, laying low. You know what I'm saying? Until it's time to go to trial. Fam, the strategy was all wrong. It was too niggified. They blew that shit. They threw their son under the bus. I'm gonna let you get the last word. I gotta take one more person.
Yeah, hey. Scary people do scary shit. And I know a scary dude like him. Look, man, I still remember I graduated. I used to wrestle. I was 125. So if a dude like him at 215 or whatever it was, now, yeah, he might have to get some work from something else. I can't get him one-on-one. So to neutralize it, I would pick up something. And if I no, I'm just saying I'm not getting the pumpkin head for look. The dude can
you ain't ever been chased before?
have I heard what? Say it again, Jap.
You ain't never been chased before. Run.
No, I can run. No. I would have ran. No, I might have ran back or something.
He could have ran.
Yeah, he didn't. He chose wrong. I can't justify his thinking. I know how I got this far in my life, not getting a felony and not getting involved with the police. So I know what to do. He might didn't know what to do. I would have got away and retreated and got some more of my homeboys, and we might have did something then and got stupid. But that, that's not my decision. I can never co-sign that. Never in life. I'm not co-signing what he did.
Hey, even what's his name? What's his name? Jason Mayers. The dude who he had to run from the white girl, nigga.
Yeah.
He had to run with the white girl, nigga. Sometimes you gotta retreat, man. Hey, 2 Cent.
Thank you, bro.
I appreciate you coming through. I'm about to take the next person, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
All right, thank you, bro.
How a track star don't want to run? How the track star don't want to run? Citizen man, what up, man?
What up, Jab? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so here's what everybody, the Carmelo Anthony defenders are getting wrong that are trying to claim self-defense because fear of his life. You cannot have intent to do harm to someone and logically be in fear of your life at the same time, because being in fear of your life would cause, and this is just logically speaking, would cause a knee-jerk reaction and an in-the-moment reaction, right? But what Carmelo Anthony did, by the witnesses' testimony and to some degree by his own admission, what Carmelo Anthony did not show fear, but rather intent. Because with intent, it shows he's got his hand inside the bag, he's holding the weapon, and he challenges Metcalf to touch him. So that takes the fear argument completely out of it, because if they were asking him to leave and they were these big imposing guys that are, challenging him or threatening him to fight or something, the natural assumption would be, okay, I'm going to flee. Or if I'm going to stay and I'm going to
slow that down again for the dumb niggas in the chat. So so you take the fear, you're saying you take the fear out when you propose the challenge to be touched.
Right.
There you go.
Bingo. And that's where the defense's argument, this is part of the reason why the jury handed down the 35-year sentence, because there was intent. This is why they kept it at first degree and they didn't lower it to second degree as spur of the moment. Now, let's say it was a situation where they were physically surrounding him and he couldn't run away. Now you have the element of fear involved because his ability to flee is now non-existent. But the fact that they were asking him to leave, the whole confrontation started over them asking him to leave. Him not having a way to escape now is off the table. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, in Texas, you don't have a duty to retreat, just same thing in Florida. But here's where things get dicey. If you are in possession of a weapon and you have the ability to use deadly force, although you don't have a duty to retreat, you do have a duty to de-escalate in order to avoid using that weapon, because that weapon would be a last resort.
And that's why I said that if he would have showed the weapon,
right,
they would have backed off. But he did a surprise attack with the weapon.
Exactly. See, he knew he had deadly force. They didn't know. Now, if he had shown the weapon when he gave the challenge, then it would have kind of evened the score a little bit, because now if Metcalf would have touched him, that would have demonstrated, at least to some degree, that Metcalf was intending on doing Carmelo harm, because Carmelo showed him that he had a weapon and he still continued with the challenge by touching him, right? But Carmelo concealed the weapon. gave everybody the impression that he didn't have the weapon, that he wasn't capable of deadly force. Thus, Austin Metcalf was kind of baited into taking on the challenge. Now, the thing about it, though, is with people like Willie D, they get it so wrong that they're giving people bad advice. Because if that argument would have won in court in that particular case, there's no telling that argument would have won in other cities and other states where other young men would have tried the same thing. You come face to face with somebody you're afraid to fight with, and then you decide to kill them with deadly force instead. Like that wouldn't have turned out well, and that's ill advice. Now, personally, I'll say this. I am personally a self-defense absolutist. I absolutely believe that if somebody touches you unwantedly, you should be able to do whatever you want to them. But unfortunately, we don't live in citizen man land. We live in America. And under American law, there's certain parameters that have to be met to justify the use of deadly force. Take, for example, the Zimmerman case. When George Zimmerman followed Trayvon Martin, he initiated the contact. But when Trayvon Martin ended up on top of him, beating him up, according to the narrative, George Zimmerman, now his life was in danger because he was getting his head beat against the concrete. Trayvon Martin was punching him in the face, and he had no way to escape. So deadly force was now warranted. So if Karmelo Anthony would have fist fought Austin Metcalf, and let's say they would have tried to jump him, or maybe Austin would have got the best of him and kept beating on him, and Anthony would have stabbed him, then it would be self-defense. So somebody asked me, they said, so what was he supposed to take the beating?
The unfortunate part about it is George Zimmerman got the bruises and the scars to prove it.
Right.
And that's fucked up, but it's real and it's their law.
Right. If Karmelo
he walked into a situation and got himself fucked up, and upon getting fucked up, he killed somebody.
Right.
That becomes self-defense.
Bingo.
But
if Karmelo would have got punched in the face and he had a bloody lip or something when he went to the police, the self-defense claim would have had a little bit more weight to it.
The only blood that was there was the blood from
Metcalf.
Metcalf on Karmelo's fingers.
Right. And it's unfortunate, I'm with everybody on the whole 35 years is way too long, man. I was thinking maybe like a 3 to 10, 7 to 10 or something like that, but hopefully they get something done on the appeal, bro. And I'm a little disappointed with the parents too for how they squandered that money. They really threw that boy under the bus, man. But Jap, I appreciate you having me on, man. Thank you.
Much love, bro.
I'll continue.
Link is in the chat. Anybody else want to come up and chop it? Let's go.
Now, because he didn't testify, he preserved that testimony. Now you can say, well, we go ahead and go forth with this again. Maybe now I'll testify and explain why this was self-defense and not murder, why I was afraid for my life, why I felt the need. There was other people all around. Maybe then it'll be better. That's the best shot he had. We knew he was going to prison. And I think that's very difficult for the public to understand. That's the strategy I think they're going to use, man. And that's a win. The goal was to get him manslaughter. If he and the man, and
I said that in the beginning. All like, oh, you just going to get your own. Nope. I knew he was going to go to jail. I said, dude, he better pray for manslaughter on this shit. He need to get the best defense. Let's go.
The reason that's the goal, because that's only 7 years. You got a young man dead, and you only go, you can get out and still live your life. You'll still be in his 20s. Bro, people go to prison forever for that. If they can get manslaughter for this, that's a win. But sometimes you got to go a roundabout way to get it. He does 7 years, time served, manslaughter, he can get out, or probation, or whatever they come up with. And that's the best case scenario. But the defense attorney already knew what was going to happen. I'm sure
of course he knew what it was going. Of course he knew it was going to happen. He did a wink, wink, shake, shake. Man, I got you, baby. We're going to make this happen. They did one of them. It's one of them. Like, what's that little sign that they do? Yeah. Yeah, man. Look here. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I hate talking to old niggas like Willie D, man. You can't have logical conversations with these old niggas, man. You can't.
I think the strongest part of the prosecution's case was, and what was the most vulnerable part?
They got a dead body, Willie D. They got a dead body, a confession, and a murder weapon, and dozens of witnesses. That's the strongest case. This is not a case built on circumstantial evidence where we can't find the body. We don't know. We don't have.
And that's another thing. Karmelo is his only witness. There's only one person taking Karmelo's side in that courtroom. Him. And his attorney. That's it. That's all. Every witness was against him. Dead body, murder weapon, confession. Tried to hide the evidence. There was nobody else defending him but himself. Nobody else backed that story but him. 20 other people backed Austin. You're cooked.
Have a confession from the defendant. He lawyered up before we even put him in handcuffs. He was talking about, I want to talk to my lawyer. There's no witnesses. There's no body. There's no physical evidence. This is not that.
Regardless if they were coached, I give you that. They might have been coached. But his defense, the defense attorneys that he had didn't have any witnesses that backed his story. So you're cooked. You should have took a plea.
Case. This is
even if it was a plea for 12 years on the murder. You've been out at 6. How dare you go to trial with this bullshit lawyer? And all this bullshit your parents doing in the media.
This is a cakewalk for the prosecution. The only question was whether or not he was going to get a manslaughter or a murder conviction. That's it. That's the only question. He was going to go to prison. And see, here's the thing. When I hear that little boy crying, he touched me I hear a baby. I'm compassionate to Karmelo Anthony. I have sons that age, man. And he's a child. But see, on the flip side, Austin Metcalf is a child. These are children that we taught. These are kids whose minds haven't even fully developed. And we have a dead child. We cannot have a society where we allow children to kill each other because of a push. So somebody, especially here, Willie D, you know where we are. What we talking about, Texas, we put more people to death for capital murder than anywhere else in the world, right?
Yeah, bro. And you got to understand too, man. White courts will make an example of your black ass. I know it ain't right, but it's real. Should have never went to trial with this shit. This was black folks banking on the black card. And we bust. This shit never even been on trial, bro. He could have took the plea, made an emotional statement to the judge or whatever like that, and would have got less time. But when they didn't put him on the stand and none of that shit, nobody heard words come out of his mouth. They didn't humanize him. And the only representation we get to see is the media and your family acting a fool and your family supporters acting a motherfucking donkey outside the courthouse.
Here in the great state of Texas. This is what
you all don't think the judge see that shit? You don't think the judge know he's on a high profile case? And he don't see all the attention when he drives up to the courthouse through the back to go in the judge's chambers and robe up and all that shit and see all the madness that's going on? You don't think that judge knows that now I'm going to have to retire because everywhere I go, these motherfuckers going to be barking at me. I can't just go to Starbucks in this town no more. I'm going to have to move to Arizona and retire. This is going to be the last case I try. Because everybody involved with this case life is going to be a living hell. Media going to be in your face. People going to be going crazy on you. You go to a restaurant, a black person see him, they might spit in his food. These are the type of things that go through human beings' minds, bro. Y'all think judges ain't human beings?
What we do here. So you absolutely know that if you do something like that, you go on to prison. And if it's a white,
Yeah, even if he did, yeah, you say even if he got 20 on the plea, that still would have been a win. He only had to do 10.
boy in a white county and you black, you don't stand Ice Cube's chance in hell of getting out, walking out of there free and clear. It's not going to happen. We know that. And hopefully we begin to tell our children, especially our black boys, you got to control your emotions. You can't do, it ain't like when we was young and you can box with somebody and handle in the street and then shake hands afterwards and be friends. These kids are not like us. They're different. They're emotional. They walking around strapped. And this could have went one way or the other. He could have pulled a knife and somebody else could have pulled a pistol if it was out in these streets. So we have to teach our children to control their emotion, because guess what happened when they get in front of the judge? We see what happens. And that's what you see Karmelo. He was a good kid though. And I feel sorry for him.
Now, Dennis, you're absolutely right. We do need to control our emotions, but that goes both ways. And I don't want that to fall deaf on the ears of those people who are out there.
Yeah, but when you got the weapon, you got the upper hand. And you know you got the weapon and he don't know you got the weapon. So you really got to show some control and composure. Because when you got that weapon in your hand, you got a person's life in your hand. But they don't know you got their life in your hand. They don't know that you got the ability to take their life right now because you got a weapon. But when you propose the challenge, touch me and see what's going to happen, that's not de-escalating it. That's agitating it. And you have the hopes that a motherfucker want to touch you. So you can utilize this goddamn weapon that you holding on in secrecy. Because if the weapon was shown, everybody would have left the tent. This crazy motherfucker got a knife.
In support of Austin, because they believe that Austin didn't do anything wrong. There's people out there that all they talk about is Karmelo, but they ain't got no heat at all for what Austin did, putting himself in that position. You know, so it goes both ways, being in control of your emotions. Like
absolutely.
If Austin had controlled his emotions, we wouldn't be here. And he's starting it, we wouldn't have been here. But if Karmelo would have been able to control his emotions, we wouldn't be in this situation.
And let's back it up a little bit. I got one for you. I got a better one for you. Had Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo Anthony, and then he said, okay, and reported him to the police, Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf would be in handcuffs because that's assault.
Hell, not.
But see, niggas don't want to do that. These women do it to us, and white folks ain't got no problem doing it to you. Utilize the law against their ass. Put that paperwork on their ass. Put the people in their life. But it be pride and ego. That was pride and ego, bro. That was young pride and young ego, man.
It's bad. No, sir. If Austin Metcalf pushed Carmelo Anthony and Carmelo Anthony didn't respond, that's battery. You going to prison.
That is, but That's
That's how you get rid of that problem. That teaches a bully. That way you don't have to get your hands dirty. You don't have to respond, and he goes to prison. See, that's what. Look, man.
That's what they moved out the suburbs. That's what they moved to the suburbs for him to make decisions like that. Smart ones. Not for you to act like you in Compton.
County. Not in Collin County. He wouldn't have went to prison.
And see, that's when your politicians come into play. That's when your legislators, that's when you push the issue. He pushed me. I want him to go to prison. You got to go full Karen on these people. Use that system against them. That way you don't have to get your hands dirty. All he had to do was call the cops on him, should have been a.
And we're talking about kids, bro. These are not adults. We're talking about children. You don't hand your child a knife and tell them to go to school. And if they fuck with you, do what you do. If you're teaching your kids that, you're a terrible fucking parent. These are children, not adults. This ain't the club. This ain't a concert. This is a school with kids, a track event. These are children. Children ain't supposed to be killing each other at school.
Research, 20 of them same people that's testifying.
That's why, like, motherfuckers, the way y'all judging this shit is like this is two grown men. These are kids. Still living at their mama house playing Xbox. Still got curfew. Still on their parents' insurance. School kids. One with a deadly weapon, and we're over here fighting for the right for our kids to bring deadly weapons to school because they got pushed. If he had a real father, had a real relationship with his father, if he was getting bullied, like y'all say bullied, which is some bitch ass shit, would have told the authorities. His father would have gave him the right advice that you give a kid. You don't tell a kid to pick up a deadly weapon. You tell a kid to go tell a teacher, go tell a coach, go tell a security. Call me, I'm coming up there. I want to talk to the teachers. I want to talk to their parents. Who is these people? I want to go talk to their parents. These boys fucking with you, I need to go talk to their parents. That's called parenting. If that's the case, you got an 18-year-old son that's in high school. They can legally get pistols in some states. You gonna let them bring a pistol to school? Because it's legal? You don't think a child gonna be itching to try to use it and put themselves in a situation? He touched me. So you shot him up? With the Draco? You know what I'm saying? Cut it out. Y'all not being realistic. You tell your kids to go tell the authorities, especially about to get jumped. I just got pushed. These motherfuckers trying to jump me. Both of y'all come down to the office. That's what they gonna say. We ain't talking about the streets. We're talking about school and children, fam. Shout out to the church. Willie D is a buster. Yes, he is.
That testified against Karmelo Anthony, you would have forced them to testify against Austin Metcalf. And it's my understanding, I don't want to speak disparagingly of the dead, okay, but the young man apparently, he ain't
had no problem going to the authorities after he stabbed somebody. How about before you have to stab somebody, I'm going to go to the authorities before I have to stab. Before I have to stab one of you niggas, I'm going to go talk to coach, man. Y'all need to chill the fuck out. Niggas ain't finna be jumping me.
I don't want to speak poorly of people, but it's my understanding that the young man had some incidents in school before. I'm talking about the Austin Metcalf, the brothers. Apparently they were known on the campus for
bullies, man. They was bullies. Go on, say it, man. They was bullies. Yeah. They were.
So what? Niggas get their ass beat every day, B. Go grab the motherfucking back. Go grab the motherfucking shank. This ain't prison. This is school, bro. Y'all gotta really put this in your mind. Because then just drop the age down to 6th, 7th grade. You gonna tell your 7th grader to pick up a knife? You gonna back that 7th grader? They was jumping, they was picking on him. You pick up a knife and stab a 7th grader. Man, cut it out. Cut it out, bro. Shout out to Dennis Sperling. Y'all get a chance, go to his channel, man. He got like a 2.5-hour breakdown of this Karmelo Anthony. I'm just playing a few clips.
Deal with that. I watched him barter. I remember one year he traded his legal services for a Camaro, like a 1986 Camaro. I'm like, where's the money?
You talk about his dad.
I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here to make you feel better. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm not going to pretend an appeal is strong if the record is weak. And I'm not going to pretend.
Now, this is a clip where Dennis Sperling, he feels that the appeal is very weak. It's shaky at best. That's what's called. Karmelo Anthony's appeal is shaky at best. So let's hear him out.
Self-defense works just because people online are emotional and calling names. I'm not going to pretend a conviction gets reversed just because people are mad. And if you want somebody to come for you, this may not be the channel for you. If you want somebody to lie to you, this is definitely not the place you need to be. If you want the truth.
That's what I be trying to tell motherfuckers. People be trying to convince me all the time and shit. When I be talking about the tricking and shit like that. Man, this ain't the channel for you, bro. But don't bring that bitch ass shit to me, man. Don't be bringing, sometimes y'all just piss yourselves off, man, when y'all can keep scrolling. But go ahead, man. Shout out to Dennis Sperling.
If you want that cold, hard, Blizzard King truth, somebody type Ice Lords in the chat room. If you want that truth that may not make you feel good, then welcome to the channel. Welcome. I'm not trying to sell you hope about this boy's case. I'm going to tell you what I believe the law is and the record probably means and where the problems are. That's what we do over here. Now, that being the case, yeah. If you learn something, I should earn something. But you don't owe me nothing. Now let's just get down to the nitty gritty, baby.
Hold on, we got another brother coming through. What's happening, Brody? Lord, what up? Lord, what up?
Hey, Jack, what's good, family?
What up, fam?
Hey, shit. Hey, look, man. I just want to hop on real quick before I hit the gym. I agree with Dan and everything you're saying, bro. It's funny because I think like this weird shit with the soft parenting kind of sort of started with my generation. So I think you probably got like a decade on me. I'm 33. And I remember the first time somebody pulled a knife on me in school, I was like 7 years old. And I forget why me and the boy had an issue or whatever, but the only reason why he didn't swing it is because I was cool with his cousin. And she told him, like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Now, mind you, it was only like a little butter knife, like the joint you make peanut butter and jelly with. But a knife's a knife, you know what I'm saying? So she backed him off or whatever. And, you know what I mean? We kind of moved on from the situation, but hearing how like things have only escalated since then, like I've had parents, like this is like as I've gotten older, I've had parents tell me, you know what I mean? Oh, my son can say what he wanted to say. Can't nobody say nothing to my son. This, and that. And I'm like, if your kid is in the wrong and I'm approaching you as the parent, because I don't want to really say too much to the young boy, and he hear you say this, what the fuck? Like, what do you expect when he get himself in trouble? And I mean, shit just got worse from there. So yeah, I don't know. Like, why?
That black women, when they kids, when they're getting told that their kids are fucking up in school or acting up, black women tend to come to the school and defend their kids.
No, I don't get it, man. What happened to slapping the fuck out your son or daughter for fucking up, for embarrassing you, and then you take them home and fuck them up some more? I don't know what happened to that, but it's a lost art. You know what I'm saying? And at some point, we got to get back to a version of that. So, you know what I mean? These kids can be raised correctly, man, because this shit is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, learn how to take an ass whooping, live with it. You know what I'm saying? Come back with your folks if you got to, right? If it goes that far. Especially like on school grounds. Like, I was raised on now everybody's household is probably a little bit different, but I was raised on like the 3-strike rule, meaning somebody say something to you or try you in a certain way, you check them, right? If they do it again, you go to the teacher. If the teacher don't do shit and they do it again, that's when you beat them the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, it's all about, right? There's nuance to everything. Now, if bull just come up and punch you in the face, then you defend yourself. But if it don't start that way, you know what I mean? That, like I said, that's how I was raised, and it always worked for me. Anytime I got in trouble for fighting, I always got the least amount of suspension time because the teachers always knew I was never an issue, and there was always some other pain in the ass little boy that for some reason was trying me. Probably because I was doing Dragon Ball Z moves in the lunchroom. But anyway, yeah, man, like we just gotta get back to that, bro.
At the end of the day, man, these are children, and as children, we pushing violence on children. Like it's supposed to be de-escalation. In worst case scenario, yes, a kid can hit back or whatever like that.
Right, for sure.
But this was extreme, bro, and I
very much so.
It's a shame that so many black folks want to back this extreme ass behavior until it's your kids. Until you gotta pay them motherfucking lawyer fees and shit like that. Then you want to be, it sounds good online when these niggas are saying this shit. But for sure. you're not about to have your kids put you in $100,000 situation because you want to prove a point to a nigga online.
At all, man. At all. And that's what I mean by too. Like, everybody reacts so emotionally because that's why I said the message earlier. Like, I think they treat every case like I said, like everything is attached to each other. Trayvon is attached to Ahmaud Arbery, is attached to Breonna Taylor, is attached to Chud the Builder, is attached to all this shit, and it's not like that.
Oh, we got to go case by case.
Case by case. Everything is different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And yeah, sure, you can be under the umbrella that as black people we got to move differently, but still.
It's different locations, it's different laws, different cities, different policies, different dynamics, it's different demographics. Every situation is going to be unique because it's a unique situation. You know what I'm saying? So we just analyzing this situation. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And all we can do now is free thinking straight black men is teach our sons. You got a son, they going through that age, might go through conflict at school. Don't end up being Karmelo because it don't work out how you think it's supposed to work out.
Nope. And that's funny because I got a little nephew. He only about 4 or 5 now, but once he hit about 7, 8, I'm gonna definitely start spitting to him. Like, look, man, you know what I'm saying? Somebody trying you in school, you go about this and that way. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get yourself or the family in trouble by overstepping in a situation where you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? And that was something that was reinforced. I did 5 years as a CEO. And they always talk about, you know what I'm saying? You as the guard can get in trouble for excessive use of force and all that kind of shit. So, you know what I'm saying? You think you punching on the inmate to prove a point, and then you turn around, now you in cuffs. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit.
When you got weapons, you have a responsibility. You don't when you just using your hands, you don't have the same responsibility as a person that's brandishing a weapon. That person they got the upper hand and they can do the most damage. So the burden is on them. You know what I'm saying? And put himself in a situation where he's in control of people's lives once he has this weapon. And he moved irresponsibly with it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have the bruises, the cuts, the abrasions, the stump outs, or the witnesses to justify a weapon being pulled.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, bro. Let me
I
get
mean,
back to the show, bro. I'm gonna hit you back.
yeah, no, for sure. Peace out, Jack.
All right, man. Yeah, bro. You got a responsibility when you got a weapon, bro. I don't care if you got the right. Oh, I got the right to use a weapon, and stand your ground. Okay, well, you got a lot more responsibility than that person that just got their hands. You got the weapon. The weapon is used to kill. You ain't trying to fight, you trying to kill if you got a weapon.
I'm not going to do all the videos I normally do and do the play-by-play. This is serious business, so we're going to talk about it. So the real issue, somebody type problem. The real issue in Karmelo Anthony's appeal. First thing people need to understand about Karmelo Anthony's appeal is where the case goes and what the appellate court actually is reviewing, okay? Because this is some information that we need to know, because not everybody in here knows what appellate court is about. I'm not totally sure about it either. So knowing is half the battle. A lot of us don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? We just think, oh, it's appeal, it's gonna be a retrial. Like, we don't know how this whole shit goes. So we need to hear it from a fucking lawyer. Don't listen to me, listen to the lawyer. A Collin County. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Dennis Sperling too, man. Criminal case, I think that's north of Dallas. The direct appeal will go to the 5th Court of Appeals in Dallas. Okay, not to be confused with the federal 5th Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans, which covers multiple states. You say listen, man, we talking about kids, bro. Kids ain't supposed to be doing no street activity and nothing like that. Snitching and all that shit, man. These are kids, bro. We ain't talking about adults. We're talking about children at school. Tell a teacher. That's what the fuck they there for. You don't raise your child like no damn street nigga, bro. And if you are a street nigga, you know what I'm saying? You don't want your kids to go down that same fucking path. They're not committing crime, so it's not no snitching. These are kids in school. Tell. Somebody broke in your locker, go tell somebody. They're the fucking kids, man. We talk about children. Ain't talking about no grown-ass niggas in the street doing dirt and doing crime. That's snitching. These are kids at a goddamn track event. Well, I ain't gonna snitch. I ain't gonna be telling. Hey, boy, you better tell your parents, tell somebody, you're a fucking child. About the 5th Court of Appeals. I think there's like 14 now. Houston actually has 2. It has the 1st Court of Appeals and the 14th Court of Appeals, because Houston is so big. But the 5th Court of Appeals is up in the. Exactly. You're not a real nigga if you go tell a teacher. You want your son in school to be a real nigga. What kind of shit is that? This is how that's why we lose. He did tell the teacher, Jap, after he killed the person. Who we got, bro?
Yo, Jap, what's good, bro? How you living at home, man?
What up, bro?
But nah, hey, to go on the situation, a couple of points I got from, I'm only 23 myself, right? One, bro ass, I ain't gonna hold you. He was low-key feminine as hell, because granted, if you got a 2v1, you already know, only thing you want to do is knock him one out quick as hell, then try to scrap out the other one, right? Bro ass immediately went to the knife, and he ain't do like no little cutting, he went straight to poking, and he went straight to bro damn near the chest, or damn near got to the heart. So after that, he should have known for the shit show he was gonna get some years. It ain't gonna be no, oh, you gonna get off, nothing like that.
I'm sure his attorney told him that shit.
Yeah.
I'm sure the attorney told the family that shit. The family knew he was gonna get time, bro.
Thanks. Also going on that too, what you were saying earlier, with the last couple callers, the only reason why people was trying to use that black card shit, one, because his mother was in a situation, and two, because everybody ass. Let's be honest, Joe. Cause I'm out here in Chicago right now on 75th. Motherfuckers know everybody be effeminate as hell, and plus, as soon as somebody mama get involved, what's gonna happen? They usually gonna try to scream to either clear out the situation, or just scream to have like a little shouting match. The only reason why they tried that black shit is they thought bro was gonna get off, not knowing one, if you got a deadly weapon, 9 times out of 10, your ass gonna get that charge. This ain't gonna be like no OJ case, nothing like that. And then two, they was trying to make it some BLN shit, bro. You can't do that shit now in Texas, dog. Like, nah, this ain't fucking Baltimore, this ain't LA, this ain't Chicago.
Say
Like,
New York.
out there? Exactly, Joe. Like, hell no. And then matter of fact, another thing too, because you was talking about they was kids, right? All right, so I'm 23. Since I've been 16, I'll say damn near 15 and a half, I've been 6'3", damn near 6'4" when I got shoes on, right? And you talking about some big ass fucking Texas white boys out there playing football. I ain't gonna hold you. I can understand that to some degree when you talking about yeah, they children and all that. But you got to think, Joe, motherfuckers big as hell. You gonna be intimidated regardless.
I get that, but why not show the knife, motherfucker? Back the fuck up.
Motherfuckers a feminine raised. His ass wasn't thinking. He was being emotional. That's really all it was. And then plus, his ass the track star and shit. Shit, he could have really pulled a Jonathan Majors the whole time. Just ran the fuck up out of there. I don't know why bro decided to just get straight to poker. Like straight to scrapping, all right, cool. Like if he had that knife and he showed that motherfucker and they backed off, cool. But if they kept charging, all right, you gotta take care of yourself. Because you know they trying to either get your ass up out of there or basically do some harm. It's gonna have your ass permanently crippled or fucked up. Like that's what I'm just saying. That shit ain't make no sense, bro. And then also, some shit I heard, bro, dude that's supposed to be his dad, that ain't his pops, that's his step pops. That's his stepfather, bro. And the shit I done heard.
Hey, I looked the name up. He got the same last name as him.
Okay.
The mother got a different last name. So motherfuckers is saying that's his stepmom. We gotta get clarity on that.
All right, Joe. But nah, and then I say, shit, my last point before I get up off of the matter of fact, fucking my ass, my brain can't even fucking think right now. Hey Joe, hey much love, hey stay off the. Oh shit, no. Matter of fact, you got to make another video talking about Charleston White because his ass is switched on everybody. Now he's selling fucking watermelon felon shirts.
That loaded up, bro. I already got that loaded up, man. We're gonna get back this week, man. Thank you for tuning in.
All right, I definitely got you, bro. Hey, much love. Be safe out there, bro.
All right, bro. Shot town. All right, let's go.
Up in Dallas, okay? And if the Fifth Court of Appeal affirms the conviction, in other words, they agree with the trial court, the next possible step would be a petition for discretionary review to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, which is the highest criminal court in Texas. All right, a lot of states have something called the Supreme Court. We have the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, okay? Now, and that's discretionary. They don't have to take the case, but the appeal doesn't start with a motion, okay? Or what people think should happen. It starts with the record and the standard of review. Somebody type standard of review. Somebody type standard of review. Let's be intelligent. Let's learn something. Okay, the appellate standard of review. One of them is, or the appellate standard of review depends on the issue being raised. If the issue is legal sufficiency, this is going to be boring as hell, but you're going to learn something. Legal sufficiency of the evidence. The court reviews the evidence in the light most favorable to the verdict and asks whether a rational jury could have found the essential elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I know that's a lot of words, but the most important thing you need to listen to is light most favorable. In the light most favorable. In other words, we're going to give all the discretion to what the jury said. We're going to look at it in the light. If we looking at, okay, they could have made a mistake, but you know, it couldn't.
So with this appeal, they gotta basically prove that the jury was wrong. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro.
Maybe it wasn't a mistake.
Gotta prove that they made a mistake. It's gonna be tough, bro. Especially when you were running your mouth.
So in other words, the appellate court is giving the jury's finder, the finder of fact, the benefit of the doubt. Okay? That's a very hard standard for a defendant to win because the appellate court gives the jury a lot of respect on witness credibility, conflicts in the testimony. Oh, but you said this that day. Well, the jury didn't believe it. Reasonable inferences from the evidence. And the appellate court isn't going to retry the case. The appellate court isn't going to sit there and say, well, I would have believed this witness instead of that witness. That's not how this works. And the standard is brutal for a defense lawyer or an appellate defense. It's brutal.
Yeah, I really think that this dream team is just really raking in the dough. I really think it is. I think that the dream team should have been there from the beginning. But if they got a bunch of paper, lawyers is gonna take paper, man. Y'all got another $500,000 raised, or what? Cool, we about to rape all of that. We need all that. We gonna represent this shit, even though we know you're gonna lose. It's paper for us. It's a win. It's a win for the lawyers, regardless.
The court looks at the evidence in light most favorable to the verdict. In other words, keeping the verdict. And it asks one question: could a rational jury have found those elements of murder beyond a reasonable doubt and rejected self-defense? Based on the evidence that's publicly reported that went to the jury, the answer is yes. The verdict, that's what look, that doesn't mean you have to like the verdict. It doesn't mean you have to agree with the jury, but legally there's a major difference between saying I disagree with the verdict and saying no rational jury could have reached that verdict.
No rational jury could have reached that verdict. That's what they're up against. That's what they are going to have to try to prove. That the jurors were being ridiculous. That's crazy. What they going up against, especially with the murder weapon, a body, a confession, and 20 witnesses.
Those aren't the same thing. And on appeal, Karmelo Anthony's dream team doesn't win a legal sufficiency by arguing that some evidence supported self-defense. He only wins if he can show that the state's evidence was so weak that no rational jury could have convicted him.
That's bold. He has to prove that the evidence was weak. They have to prove that this was weak evidence. Your words. Talking too damn much. Touch me again and see what's going to happen. He put his hands on me. I told him don't touch me. You don't got no scars or bruises to show. But we got a dead body right here in front of these kids. And you killed a child.
And that's not going to happen here because you have a murder weapon, a dead body, dozens of witnesses, and a confession. Now, that said, start with the crime itself, okay? The state has to prove murder. The state can prove murder if a person intentionally, knowingly causes the death of another person. Very simple to understand. The state can also prove murder if a person intends to cause serious bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life and causes death.
That sentence right there. You have the intent of causing serious harm, possible death. So him saying, see what's going to happen, those words coming to bite you in the ass. I know this is not going to be your most favorable show and shit like that because a lot of y'all just bought into this shit. And you want this to be a situation where it is self-defense. And I get that. I don't want to see him go to jail for 35 years. I'm with y'all on that. But what's real is real.
So we're going to break this down. I want you all to understand. Somebody type bootleg. I'm bootleg for telling you the truth. Right? Let's break.
See, when we start talking truth like this, two black folks gonna go at us and say we coons. You know what I'm saying? You're race trading. Like I told you, I don't do this for no white applause. We have to talk real amongst ourselves. You rather hear from us, your own people, in a real way than to be hearing it from Nick Fuentes or hearing it from all these white supremacists or the Just Pearly things and shit like that. You rather hear from us because only we care about ourselves. We have to prevent this type of shit from happening.
Break it down. Listen, I've got me sweating. I'm sweating like a Hebrew slave out here. Screaming at the internet, ran my blood pressure up. Somebody type first element. Okay? First element, you're the prosecutor. The first element is identity. Do we know who did it? Right?
Yes.
And that's not a fight here. Because Karmelo Anthony was the person who stabbed Austin Metcalf. How do we know? Because he admitted it. Because you had dozens of witnesses. Somebody type sellout. Am I a sellout for saying that? It's the truth.
And here's the thing. Us as creators, man, we've been dealing with that for the longest. When it's time to hold our people accountable and it's some real shit, our people and our people can't handle it. The easiest thing for them to do is to attack the messenger, not the message and not the facts of the matter. Unfortunately, the law just wasn't on Karmelo's side. It's just not on his side.
He said he put hands on me.
Somebody keep trying to come in the show, but don't got their camera connected. Connect your fucking camera, man. Fix your shit, man. Fix your shit. Kirk, was it? Oh, I'm sorry. Roger, fix your shit, man. You gotta fix your shit.
I stabbed him. So this isn't one of the cases where the defense can't say, can say you got the wrong person. It was his twin brother. It was a lookalike. This ain't it. Somebody type bougie in the chat room. So there's no issue as to identity. It was never an issue. The issue is whether the stabbing was a murder or legally justified. We can go past that. We got this one out the way. Identity, check. We know who it was. The second element, somebody type number 2, causation. And that's also a major problem for the defense. Austin Metcalf died because he was stabbed in the chest. How do we know that? Not because they saw the wound, but because the medical testimony reportedly showed that the knife entered the left side of his chest and pierced the right ventricle of his heart. That's not some speculative cause of death. That's not a complicated causation problem. That's direct. Knife goes in the chest, knife hits heart, Austin dies. A rational jury could easily find causation beyond a reasonable doubt. You see how that works?
See, this is the type of shit they want to listen to, and they're gonna call niggas coons and all this shit. Bro, we gotta deal with the facts. We can't be fucking up like this. That's why we don't get respected when we have our tragedies, because we back stupid shit that we shouldn't be backing. This is stupid shit. And these are children here. No child should be coming to this fucking school with no goddamn knife, man. Raise your kids.
Somebody type sellout. Does that make me a sellout for telling y'all that? Huh? Does that make, huh?
Say y'all want more black lawyers, and when the black lawyers give it to you real, you attack them. Like you know the law more than a lawyer do.
I'm asking questions. Huh? Does that make me sell out? Huh? I don't think so. But if you choose to believe that, fine. Now let's talk about intent. Intent. Because this is where people online keep trying to blur the issue. Intent does not require a confession. Intent doesn't require Karmelo to say, I intended to kill him. Jurors are allowed to infer intent from conduct. In other words, we know you intended to do it based on what you did. Baby, I didn't intend to sleep with that woman. When you did it, I ain't mean to do it, but you did it, and she pregnant. And you came back to the house with some positive tests from the clinic.
Again, it goes back to him having the weapon and telling him, not showing him he has the weapon, but telling him, if you touch me, see what's going to happen. He knew he had the upper hand. He knew he had the upper hand. His intent was to get touched and utilize the weapon. So it wasn't instinctful because there was thoughts beforehand that slowed him down. Because if it was just instinct, he'd have just got the busting. No, he gave warning knowing that what he had on him. Knowing what he had on him. You meant to. Ladies, imagine your man coming back with a. Hold on, let's see what we got. What's going on, fam?
Jap, what's going on?
What up? What up?
Yo, so what I'm trying to figure out is why. So there's two tunnels we saw in the video. Well, two tents we saw in the video, correct?
Two what?
Two tents that we saw in the video. Why do you?
Oh, two tents.
Two tents, right? So why did he walk past the Liberty? I live in the DFW area, so I kind of know about the Frisco schools and shit. Why did he walk past one tent to go to the other tent? Why was he so hell bent on being at that Frisco Memorial High School tent?
You talking about Karmelo?
Karmelo, correct.
We'll never know because Karmelo never took the stand and had questioning. That would have been a great question to ask him.
Because really, the schools are separated by neighborhood. So most of the people that live in a certain neighborhood, the schools in one neighborhood they're really sanctioned off. You know what I'm saying? So the Memorial people, for the most part, they stay in with the Memorial people. In the school that Karmelo went to, Centennial, which is like an older Frisco school, they kind of stay together. So I'm trying to figure out what made him, because they're not really rivals. They're not rivals. They have no school history. Memorial, the school that what's the kid that Austin went to? That's a newer school. So I'm trying to figure out why. Was there history between the two or what? You know?
Well, I almost think that, man, it could have been history from the football field.
No, that's the thing, Jeff. They don't play each other in football.
Okay. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, man, because if you saying it was an empty tent that he passed up, then he could have very well just wanted some smoke.
I think that's what it was, man.
And then I hate to say that because then everybody will be like, oh no, now you're trying to say he wanted to, he was trying to do that shit. Bro, I mean, if you saying if it's a thing about tents, you know, I understand people don't want to just be sitting by themselves. I don't know if there's some hoes over there or whatever, but we will really never truly know unless he was testifying. Like, why the fuck would you pass up a tent? If you talk about it's raining or whatever like that, just go to your own tent.
Yeah, just go to your own tent. Shit don't make sense, man.
But I don't know if it was a situation where like they told him to get the fuck out the tent the first time. They went to go get a coach, nobody came. They came back, tried to get him out the tent themselves or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know how rival schools are. You know what I'm saying? But
and it's just kind of strange that he had nobody defending him. It'd be different if he had like a homeboy that went to Memorial. They was like, hey, yeah, we was over here chilling, and then Austin and them came over here. They started fucking with us and shit. But
again, he don't got the law on his side with this shit, and he don't got no witnesses. Right. It's just him as an individual and his counsel saying that this is self-defense. and what he said happened, and that they attacked him. But he don't got the bruises to show this shit. He don't got the scars. He don't got the blood. You know what I'm saying? He don't have any of that. And then when we watched the video on the last time we addressed this, when the video came out on Juneteenth, we don't see this melee. It's literally 3 seconds of them talking, and then a stabbing happens and he runs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where's the jumping? We know what jumping look like. Motherfuckers in the tent gonna be all over the place. It wasn't none of that.
Yeah, and just the fact that this happened over a tent, he could have went to his own tent. He could have went into a locker room. He could have went to the bathroom. It's just crazy, man. It's just,
yeah, bro.
It just made no sense, man. But yeah, I just wanted to check in with the church. I appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate you, bro. One love. And a lot of people from Texas, man, that know what's going on down there. Shout out to my Texas people.
With your boyfriend or husband coming back with a new baby, talking about he ain't mean to do it. He didn't intend to do it. Well, what did you intend to do? I mean, did you trip and fall into it, sir? I'm just saying. So intent doesn't require for him to kill him. Just like intent doesn't, you didn't intend to have sex with this, get this woman pregnant, but you intended to do something. And that's enough. Is that easy to understand? Is that easy? Do y'all get that? And see, so the jurors are allowed to infer intent from conduct. And when someone pulls a knife and drives it into another person's chest, a rational jury can infer intent. The chest is a vital part of the body. The heart is in the chest. You don't need a law degree to understand that stabbing someone in the chest can kill them.
This is what I'm telling you, man. That's why we got to have them sit downs with the kids, man. This shit getting out of hand.
And a rational jury, this is the standard, a rational jury could find that he either intended to kill Austin or knew death was reasonably certain or intended to cause serious bodily injury by committing an act clearly dangerous to human life. The record is weak. And I'm not.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We, like I say, man, we only look more foolish as a people trying to defend this. Sometimes, again, we have to hold the L, bro. Sometimes we gotta hold the L, bro. It ain't nothing we can do about it. Because we keep trying to defend this shit and we look more pathetic. We look more uninformed. We look more unrealistic. We trying to tailor make the laws for our feelings. You can't tailor make the laws for your feelings, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this shit, if the facts don't fit your narrative or what you dreamed is gonna happen, but this is just the truth of what this boy put himself in.
Hands on me. Is he talking about?
It's really frustrating when we talk. Like I understand. I feel Dennis when you got to talk to black folks about this shit, because black folks will back it just because he's black. Can't do no harm. Nah, he was out of pocket, and his parents ain't raised him right.
The suspect also said he put his hands on me. Is he talking about one person or multiple people?
He's talking about Austin. So
he's talking about one person. There's no statement as to who that person was yet. If he had said Austin, then the cop would have inferred that they knew each other. He didn't know him, so he said, "So let's just get there." I then detained.
Now we watched the footage of him crying, saying he put his hands on me. He, not them, not they jumped me. He put his hands on me. One motherfucker. So all this jumping shit is some bullshit. That's some shit you wish had happened so it can justify what you typing on Facebook. Let's go.
The suspect in handcuffs, handcuffed behind his back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer Ricci had arrived on the scene at the time. I conducted another pat down on his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds that saying, "I'm not alleged. I did it."
We all heard him say that. He said, I know how this goes. I'm not alleged. I did it. Shot himself in the foot with that.
So did Karmelo Anthony confess to killing Austin at that point? It's a yes or no question.
No, because he didn't
Okay,
say
let me
I
read
killed.
it again. Let me read it again. Then the suspect responds and says, I'm not alleged. I did it.
Yes, the alleged can be like he didn't say I killed. I said, yeah, I'm the one.
Okay, let me read it again, brother. I conducted another pat down on his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons were located while the suspect sat on.
Exactly. So Karmelo's words contradict this whole I was getting jumped thing that you niggas are putting out. He said he put his hands on me, not they put their hands on me. See, like I said, this is important that we really slow down. We as black folks have to slow down before we start marching and outraging and get some facts up under our belt. Because we had niggas talking about he didn't have a knife. We got Umar Johnson running around here saying Austin fell on the knife.
The ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. This cop is talking to another cop, right? Karmelo is not even being asked any questions. The suspect, who we know now is Karmelo Anthony, then responded and says, I'm not alleged. I did it. Is that a confession to the stabbing which led to Austin Metcalf's death?
Yes.
There we go. Next.
You see how hard it is when you're talking to black folks? He had to read that statement down 3 times, slow it down for this motherfucker to finally say, yes, that's a confession. First, he was like, no, it's not a confession. He didn't say he killed him. Bro, chill, man. Let the facts land where the facts land.
Officer Rishi and I walked the suspect to the patrol car, which was on the north gate. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to.
I told them, not they put their hands on me. I told he and him. Singular. One person. No jumping. One person.
Never said in here that they put their hands on me. He never said that he was jumped. This young man is volunteering a lot of information without being asked. A reasonable person would probably assume, a jury listening to this would probably assume that if he was jumped by 4 people, even if the 20 witnesses who testified on behalf of the prosecution didn't say it, even if the 4 witnesses who testified on behalf of Karmelo Anthony didn't say it.
Okay, correction. Karmelo Anthony had 4 witnesses. Didn't know that. Let's go.
Thirdly, we would think that this young man would say out of his mouth, they jumped me, 4 people jumped me. That's not in the police report. So what we do have is a confession that he did it without being asked. We have a confession that he put his hands on me. So I guess that's the self-defense argument. So let's keep reading. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol car. I searched his person again. So they've searched him 3 times. They're trying to find the weapon. I had him sit in the, let me finish reading, brother. I had him sit in the back seat area, driver's side of the patrol car while the suspect was in the back seat. I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw blood out loud so that it would be captured by my body-worn camera. It should also be noted that
all of this is on his body cam. We watched this footage. So there's no fabrication in this police report because we watched it.
The suspect asked me, is he going to be okay?
Karmelo did ask, is he going to be okay? So that does help a little bit because it shows that he didn't intend to really kill him, but he did it.
In other words, he voiced concern about Austin. for whatever reason. He voiced concern about all. Maybe he was sympathetic. Maybe at that point he was concerned about how serious this matter had become. I don't know. He never testified. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name, date of birth verbally, Karmelo Anthony, black male with the date of birth, and that's crossed out. I ran through the Frisco PD dispatch. Officer Jay Hannock arrived on the scene and remained with me, and the suspect at that point, Karmelo, was then checked via eSchool database. His identity was confirmed. The identifying information he proved matched the individual I had in the custody. Next, I was, and the rest of it, you can look at it online, but that's the crux of it. So, brother, here's the thing. We have a confession to a killing. Now, murder is a legal charge. The murder is a legal determination. It's not murder if it's manslaughter. You might have murder. Well, it is murder, but then there is a defense to murder called self-defense that we talked about. But we have a confession. He said he did it. And we have to start at that point. The suspect admitted to killing this other young man.
I don't know why. Realistically, man, when people call this show, last thing I'm gonna do is challenge a lawyer. I'm gonna ask questions. Like, you really got niggas that be in comment sections trying to challenge the lawyers. Nigga, you need to be learning about these cases so you won't make these type of mistakes. I'll be asking a shitload of questions.
Man, that's where
I wouldn't be trying to challenge him on this shit.
Start.
Well,
So let's go back to some of your other questions. You were concerned about, I believe you said the something about the defense attorney. What was the defense attorney supposed to do after your client has confessed to the murder?
The defense attorney.
What's broke this big lip nigga, man? What is with this big lip nigga, man? Why is your bottom lip so heavy, bro? This nigga got a 10-pound lip, man. What's wrong with his lip?
Is, they have a difficult job when you're confessing to things.
Well, I want you to tell me what he was supposed to do. If you tell me what words could he have used?
That nigga look tired trying to hold his lip up, man. I'm serious, man. What, bro, I wouldn't come on the screen if I knew my lip was that heavy to where I couldn't close my mouth.
To undo that murder. And if you can, please put your...
What's wrong with this boy lip, man? Could you please put your lip up? That's what I was there. Hey, put your lip up, man. Straighten up, man. The hose is looking, man. The hose is looking, man. You got your lip hanging all on the goddamn screen, dripping all over the goddamn iPhone.
I like to get your whole face in the frame so we can be even as we talk.
Back it up, bro. Okay, he finally mustered up the strip to close that big heavy motherfucker. That nigga said, to close that goddamn lip.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, repeat the question. You said what could the defense attorney
words could the defense attorney have used to undo the murder that Karmelo Anthony admitted to?
Well, the part where you read in the report, it says, is he going to be okay? That doesn't tell a person that this person was planning on murdering anybody. This tells us that, in my opinion, I assume that the adrenaline was high and tensions were high. Mm-hmm. And all it took is that one time. There was no repeated poke. It was...
I give him that. But you gotta factor in the fact that the nigga said, touch me again and see what's gonna happen. He know he got a knife. All he had to do was show them niggas a knife. The whole tent would have scattered. He wanted to surprise them with that shit. And he did.
Poke. And
yeah, bro. Shout out Raheem, man. He said Umar is funny when he said Austin fell on the knife. Umar, when are you gonna build that damn school? I would never go to Umar's school. This nigga Umar said he fell on the knife. Come on, man. If he fell on the knife, Karmelo would have all the Austin blood on his shirt. Anybody know that? If you stab somebody and they fall on you with the knife, the blood is going to be all over your shirt.
You know, so when I defended myself. Yes, I'm the one who did it. That could be up for interpretation. Well, now we know what he meant by that
I'm gonna stop you right
afterwards.
there. You admitted that he murdered him, and you mentioned some things like emotions, hot blood. I get that. Okay, so now you're describing manslaughter. You're saying he was emotional. Now, in order to have manslaughter, okay, well, in order to even have, first of all, where was the indication? He said, what did he say? Did he say he hit him? He touched me.
Yeah, like, well, in the
Okay,
court, they
let me
describe
ask
him
you.
as a lion.
Let me get to come on. I'll let you talk for about 5-10 minutes straight. So now we have to learn. We're going to try to learn here.
That's what I'll be trying to do. Learn from the lawyers, bro. That's why I watch them body cam videos and I watch them motherfucking law. What is it? I forgot what it's called. The shit that we was watching when we did the Puffy trial. I watched that show, that law and order show, or whatever the hell this shit is, man. Where they just be breaking down everybody's cases. You need to learn about this shit, man. Learn about how these laws work, man. Because everybody be having their perception on how this shit works, man. And that shit don't go out that way.
Because there are a lot of people out here who are watching this broadcast and they're trying to pick apart this discussion. Bottom line is, he murdered somebody. He admitted to murdering somebody. And the amount of force that he used a deadly weapon. Now, some people confuse it has to be a knife or a gun. But you know,
true crime. Yeah, true crime. That's a good YouTube channel. Get to see everybody court case.
It's not a deadly weapon. A car, but you can kill somebody with it. A baseball bat, but you can kill somebody with it. So a deadly weapon is something, an object is determined deadly in the manner used.
Yeah.
And if you use whether it's a track knife, whatever kind of knife it was, the manner in which it is used determines whether or not it rises to the level of deadly weapon. So he admitted that he murdered somebody. He admitted that he did it. And we all know that it's a knife that was involved. Now, did Karmelo and
I just want to stop y'all for 1 second. How many times have we heard black folks online debate whether he had a knife or not? I mean, big platforms are just saying this wasn't a knife. We had Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. It wasn't even a knife. It was the shit they give Boy Scouts for the Swiss Army multi-tool. I'm like, and then when the knife came out, ain't nobody retract that shit. You know what? We were wrong. We got it wrong. It was really a knife. Like, bro, this is why niggas got to slow down. I want to hear the facts. I love to hear the truth. Not what niggas think and what niggas feel.
Anthony ever tell the police officers that Austin Metcalf hit him with a bat or broke a bottle across his head?
No, he didn't describe
Okay,
Austin.
Stop. Your answer is no. So is there any indication that any other weapon was used or any weapon was used against Karmelo Anthony before he utilized his knife?
In the report, no.
Okay, so there's no evidence in the report. Is there any evidence in this police report that says Karmelo Anthony was jumped?
No, just be real. Niggas just really gotta give you a hard time when the facts don't align with what's on your mind. We don't have the facts or the law behind Karmelo Anthony, bruh. We gotta eat this. When you reach like this, we only look more stupid.
The police report I just read. No. So there's no justification to bring deadly force into what is basically a situation where you're touched.
No, I mean a touch. Like if you do this, that doesn't justify deadly force. Touch can mean as a person's trying to articulate what is a touch. When they were asked about this, he said it was almost like Austin had put him up into a
Let me
pick you
slow you
up.
down. Let me slow you down.
So
Nobody asked Karmelo anything. He volunteered all this information.
I know I'm talking about during the trial when you said, what does justify a touch? No.
He didn't testify in his trial. Where are they getting that information from? Who said that? Because he didn't say it, because he didn't say a goddamn word. That's part of the reason why he's in the trouble he's in right now, because other people are speaking for him. He didn't speak his story and sound like a motherfucker was scared for his life. So what does the jury have to go on? He didn't speak and sound like he was scared for his life. He didn't speak for himself. So it's very hard for the jury to put that in their head when they heard all this testimony and we got a dead body of a kid.
Touch does not justify deadly force. We all can agree to that.
Okay, so let's stop there. If touching does not justify deadly force, that means there is no self-defense claim and the murder conviction was accurate.
There you go, man. I just wanted to do this show because this is what I was watching earlier today. Again, y'all get a chance, go subscribe to Dennis Sperling. I'm gonna hit him up, let him know you know what I'm saying, we did a review on his situation, on his breakdown of this case. Great breakdown, because it's just the facts. You can hear from a lawyer, you know what I'm saying, and a lawyer in Texas at that. And like I say, man, sometimes the facts don't line up with black folks. We black folks, we just gotta keep it real with each other. But again, I don't do this shit for white applause. This ain't for white applause. This is not Officer Tatum. You know what I'm saying? What's that other new dude that's making rounds? His name Anthony Williams or something. What's this nigga name? Let me see if I can find him. He on Twitter. He talking real spicy about black folks all on white people platforms. What's his name? What is that dude name? That nigga be always talking about black fatigue. Let me see if I can find him on Twitter real quick. Somebody know who this nigga name is. The nigga with the afro. But yeah, he be doing it for white applause and shit. I'm just trying to get my people to get right so we can move right, bro. We ain't moving right, man. We got to tighten up, man. We got to tighten up. You know what I'm saying? We out here. What's his name? Andre Williams. Yeah, you know, we ain't doing this shit for high fives with white supremacists. But again, man, every tragic event is not in our favor, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, I have my disagreements with the George Floyd situation. I don't think that officer murdered him, but I do think that officer was negligent in administering aid. I told y'all, this is my position on that, and administering aid to George Floyd, who was overdosing and not taking his I can't breathe seriously. But I don't think that the knee on his back of his neck is going to choke you out. No, I do believe he was getting high and he got caught with his drug dealer and he swallowed a pill and he got fentanyl in his system. And it was bad optics and they had to jam him up because we was tearing up the whole fucking country over that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's my stance on it. I ain't saying that the officer is innocent, but I don't think he's a murderer. I don't think he murdered that motherfucker. I think he just did not get the EMS out there for this nigga that's ODing on him. And the fact that he didn't do that shit, he got himself jammed up. But we the free thinking straight black man. We gonna keep it real with y'all. I'm gonna see y'all in a few, man. We about to get back to this game. Much love to everybody, man. Appreciate everybody who donated, everybody who supported, everybody who shared. See y'all in a few. 1. Church, check in. It's your boy, Minister Jap. Listen, I know y'all been looking for me, but at the bottom of this video, in the description section, you'll see where it says follow me. You can follow me on all social media platforms. You know, make sure you click the links in the description so you can get in touch with me and get in tune with everything I post at all times. You never know, the haters might try to take us down. Also, make sure you're following my backup channel, Minister Jap Church Media. Follow the channel now. We are not going nowhere. We're here to stay. Make sure y'all paying attention. Church on the move. Peace.
Minister Jap, I'm talking to you, nigga. Yeah, I got a kid. I got 2 daughters and a son. Yeah, man. Black women are bad mothers.
And that's why you having a baby by the motherfuckers you had a baby with is your fault. That's why you being a single mother is your fucking fault. That's why being a baby daddy ass nigga is your fault.
Live from the church.
Church, check in.
It's Minister Jap.
Black women, they're some of the most worst bitches on with money, but yet they're still taking trips and they look fly doing. They are the flyest broken bitches you're gonna ever deal with.
On Minister Jap TV.
Church, check in, man. Church, check in.